Chapter 238. Wang Lin stopped and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a middle-aged man with a weak body in the far corner. He was staring at Wang Lin with a look of reminiscence. This person was vaguely familiar to Wang Lin. He took a few steps and arrived in front of the middle-aged man. Wang Lin squatted down and slowly said, "What did you just say?" The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and smiled bitterly. He respectfully said, "Senior, Junior mistook you for someone else. I hope Senior doesn't take offense." Wang Lin carefully looked at the person and pondered for a moment. "Oh, who did you mistake me for?" The middle-aged man bitterly smiled and sighed. "Senior, Junior had a junior brother many years ago. It was Junior who brought him up the mountain." Wang Lin's heart trembled. He finally remembered who this person was. He pondered for a moment, then waved his sleeve and disappeared from the He Huan sect with the middle-aged man. On a cliff 100 miles away from the He Huan sect, Wang Lin appeared. After placing the middle-aged man on the ground, he calmly looked at him. The middle-aged man looked to his side with a complicated expression on his face. He whispered, "You." Wang Lin let out a sigh and slowly said, "Senior brother Zhang, since you recognized me, why did you pretend not to know me?" The middle-aged man's body trembled. After a moment of silence, he bitterly smiled. "I sigh. How is the Hengyu sect now?" Wang Lin looked at the person in front of him. The scenes of the past slowly appeared in his heart. After a long time, he asked with pity. The middle-aged man whispered, "I haven't been back for many years. Why is Senior brother Zhang in the He Huan sect and your cultivation?" Wang Lin frowned and grabbed the middle-aged man's arm. He pondered for a moment and continued, "The spirit force in your body is very scattered and your meridians are very weak." The middle-aged man bitterly smiled and said, "After you left and never returned, the ancestors placed their goal on me. They spent a great price to help me raise my cultivation to core formation. After that, I left the Hengyu sect. I wanted to experience the world and one day reach the nascent soul stage and restore the glory of the Hengyu sect. However, I didn't expect to meet a woman. That woman was a disciple of the He Huan sect. I sigh. My cultivation went down the drain. That slut didn't kill me and instead used my body to refine the He Huan pill. Before the pill is refined, although I'm a cripple, my lifespan won't end. If it wasn't for this, I would have already become a pile of bones." Wang Lin pondered for a bit. He slapped his bag of holding and took out a small white jade bottle. He handed it to the middle-aged man and said, "There are 7 pills inside. Take one every month. After 7 months, your cultivation will recover by at least half. Senior brother Zhang, I still have important matters to attend to. I hope we will meet again." After he finished speaking, Wang Lin deeply looked at the middle-aged man. Then he turned around and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was standing on top of a mosquito beast. He gradually flew off into the distance, carrying a dense pile of corpses. The middle-aged man looked at Wang Lin's disappearing figure with envy. His face revealed a trace of melancholy. When he called out Wang Lin's name, he already recognized him. However, Wang Lin's change was too great and his cultivation was unimaginable. Although he was sure it was Wang Lin, he didn't dare to recognize him. Holding the white jade bottle in his hand, he took a deep breath, got up, and staggered away. While Wang Lin was flying, he spread out his divine sense. At this moment, all of the Tang family members in Zhao had found out about the massacre. Following Wang Lin's original plan, all of them were to migrate. Their target was Tang Family City. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a cruel expression and he thought, "Migrate. When all of you gather at Tang Family City, that will be the day I go see Tang Huayuan." The large-scale migration continued, but in Wang Lin's divine sense, he found that the 7 dots of light hadn't moved at all. In these past few days of slaughter, Wang Lin had used various methods to find out that there were 9 core members of the Tang family. Aside from Tang Huayuan, very few people knew the cultivation levels of these 9 people. It could be said that these 9 people were the future successors of the Tang family that Tang Huayuan had personally taught. In order for these 9 core members to cultivate, Tang Huayuan paid a great price to open up 9 spirit caves in Zhao. These 9 people spent most of their time in closed-door cultivation inside them. All the pills, treasures, and cultivation methods were provided by the Tung family members. These 9 people only had one mission, and that was to cultivate. Every once in a while, Tung Huayuan would take the 9 people to dangerous places in the neighboring countries to train. It could be said that these 9 people's cultivation levels and battle experience had reached a certain peak. These 9 people were all squeezed out of the Tung family's resources. In addition, these 9 people were not always the same. Every 50 years, all of the Tung family members would have a chance to challenge them. Once the challenge was successful, the person would immediately become a core member of the Tung family. They would be able to replace the person who challenged them in the spirit cave and receive the support of the entire Tung family. As a result, aside from one of the 9 core members, the other 8 had changed at least 3 times. With all these tests, the cultivation levels of the core members could be imagined. The 7 motionless lights that Wang Lin sensed were the core members of the Tung family. 2 of them had been summoned back to Tung Family City, so they weren't among the 7. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Right now, almost everyone with the blood of the Tung family was heading toward Tung Family City according to his plan. There was no need for Wang Lin to participate anymore. Right now, his target was these 7 people, these 7 core members of the Tung family that had been trained and eliminated for countless years. These 7 people must die. It was a dark and windy night. The smell of blood slowly spread across the sky. Wang Lin's figure was like a demon as he slowly flew toward a sand dune in the distance. Tung 9 was a name, and at the same time, it was a glorious title. This name had changed owners many times. To be exact, it was 6 times. Tung 9 was sitting cross-legged inside a secret room. This secret room looked very simple, but Tung 9 knew that this secret room would make countless Tung family members crazy. He was one of these crazy family members back in the day. Ever since he was young, he had been called a genius. His dream was to replace others and become a core member. Only by becoming a core member would he be able to stand out in the Tung family, be recognized by the ancestor, and become a nascent soul cultivator. Growing up in the Tung family, he was used to the snobbishness and coldness of the family members. He had seen all kinds of injustice and resentment. Everything that happened during his childhood caused his heart to become cold. For the sake of strength, he was willing to pay any price. In fact, when he found out that he had the qualifications to challenge a core member of the Tung family, the first person he killed was his older brother. This was because his older brother was one of his competitors. Every 50 years, the entire Tung family would have a ceremony to challenge a core member of the Tung family. During this ceremony, only 9 people would be chosen. Step by step, through various means, he had finally become one of the 9 people. All of this had been obtained by shedding his own blood and abandoning his dignity as a human. In order to succeed in the challenge, he didn't hesitate to cultivate the most vicious secret technique in the family. He devoured other people's spiritual energy to increase his own cultivation level. This method would greatly reduce the lifespan of the cultivator, but at the same time, it could quickly increase one's cultivation level. After all, his enemy was the previous owner of the name, Tung 9. His cultivation level had already reached the late stage of core formation. Tung 9 looked at this secret room with satisfaction. The spiritual energy here was 10 times that of the outside world. Although the secret room looked simple, if one looked closely, they would find that the materials used to build this secret room were all high-quality spirit stones. Below this secret room was an underground spirit vein. Although this spirit vein wasn't big, it was unimaginably luxurious for one person to cultivate here. Pills, Tung 9 didn't lack any. As long as he asked, the Tung family would use all sorts of methods to get it for him. Cultivation methods, Tung 9 had many. As long as he wanted to see them, the Tung family would use all sorts of methods to get them for him. Magic treasures, Tung 9 had many, and every one of them was a nascent soul treasure. Women, Tung 9 didn't lack any women. As long as he needed them, the Tung family would immediately send him countless women with a certain cultivation level for him to absorb. Tung 9 didn't need to worry about any of this. This was what a core family member could enjoy. He only had one mission, and that was to cultivate, cultivate, and cultivate. Wang Lin's body floated in the air. With his divine sense, he could clearly see that there was a secret room under the sand dune. The person inside the secret room was his prey. This person's cultivation level was the first nascent soul cultivator in the Tang family besides Tang Huayuan. Aside from his cultivation level, this person also had a powerful killing intent that wouldn't dissipate. Unless one had gone through a lot of killing, it would be very difficult for others to have this kind of killing intent. Although it was a few levels lower than Wang Lin's killing intent, it was even stronger than some of the demonic cultivators in the Sea of Devils. Wang Lin's mouth moved. This Tang family member made his eyes light up. It has to be said that the first requirement to become a devil was to have a strong killing intent. The stronger the killing intent, the more powerful the devil would be. Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal and pressed down on the ground. Suddenly, a palm print appeared on the sand dune. The palm print became deeper and deeper as it pressed down. Tang Nine was inside the secret room when he suddenly opened his eyes. Without any hesitation, his body disappeared from the secret room. The moment he disappeared, the entire secret room collapsed and a large amount of sand flowed down, forming a deep hole. When Tang Nine reappeared, he was already in the air. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked down at the secret room. He didn't hold back his killing intent as he stared at Wang Lin. Writing one more chapter. Chapter 239. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked at the murderous young man. If he could refine this young man into a devil general, it would be the most powerful devil general he had. The young man didn't act rashly. He looked at the countless corpses behind Wang Lin and turned around to run. His speed was so fast that he disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Wang Lin let out a smile as he chased after the young man. Tang Nine ran 500 kilometers in one breath. But the sense of danger behind him didn't disappear. This sense of danger made him feel very scared. This feeling became even stronger until Tang Nine's eyes lit up. He slapped his bag of holding, and a gray bead appeared in his hand. He immediately threw the gray bead behind him. Wang Lin took out the restriction flag at almost the same time the old man slapped his bag of holding. He shook the flag, and 10 restrictions flew out, forming a barrier before him. At the same time, the pearl landed on the barrier and exploded with a series of rumbling sounds. Tang Nine didn't reveal any joy on his face. Instead, his expression became even more serious, and he moved even faster. Not only did the sense of danger not decrease, it actually increased. As he was fleeing, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Without any hesitation, he quickly turned his body sideways, only to see a bolt of red lightning flash past his body. Tang Nine's eyes were filled with fear. He could feel the aura of death from that bolt of red lightning. He believed that if he hadn't dodged at the critical moment, he would have died if he had been hit by that bolt of red lightning. However, before he had the time to rejoice, he saw a series of hundreds of red lightning bolts suddenly appear around his body, up and down, left and right, sealing off all his escape routes. Tang Nine's body froze, and he didn't dare to fly anymore. He slowly turned around, looked at Wang Lin, and said, "Senior, I am willing to recognize you as my master and will never betray you. I am willing to give you my soul blood as a guarantee." Wang Lin stared at Tang Nine and slowly shook his head. He didn't say anything, but his divine sense moved, and the red lightning around Tang Nine slowly shrank. Sweat appeared on Tang Nine's forehead. He immediately took out several magic treasures from his bag of holding and threw them out one by one. However, none of them were able to break through the red lightning. The moment they touched the red lightning, the divine sense he placed on them shattered, and the magic treasures fell from the sky. Every time the divine sense on a magic treasure shattered, he would feel a stabbing pain in his head. Gradually, the shock on his face became more and more intense. "You must die because your surname is Tang." Wang Lin's voice was heard unhurriedly. At the same time, a faint murderous aura was emitted from Wang Lin's body. Tang Nine's body trembled, and his eyes became red. He let out a crazed roar and charged toward the red lightning. However, The moment his body collided with the red lightning, he let out a miserable scream. He didn't die, but his body immediately withered. How could Wang Lin be willing to kill a future devil? He let out a smile. Using a member of the Tang family to refine a devil must be very interesting. As the red lightning closed in, Tang Nine's mind collapsed. Under the pressure of death, he felt a sense of despair. This feeling became more and more intense. Just as his soul was about to explode, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He charged out from the mosquito beast and entered the red lightning without any resistance. His right hand grabbed Tang Nine's throat and fiercely squeezed. With a crack sound, Tang Nine's eyes popped out and revealed a look of despair. He died. The moment he died, Wang Lin's left hand formed a strange seal and pressed down on Tang Nine's head. In the name of a foreign soul, I will collect your soul. A ray of red light flew out from Tang Nine's head. Just as the red light was about to escape, Wang Lin grabbed it and threw it into a brand new soul flag. After throwing Tang Nine's body behind him, Wang Lin looked at the soul flag in his hand with satisfaction. It has to be said that Wang Lin once had a dream. He wanted to have an endless army of devils like he had in the foreign battleground. That way, he would be able to gain a foothold in the cultivation world. Even if he met someone with a higher cultivation level than him, he wouldn't be afraid. However, there were simply too few souls that could be called devils. Under Wang Lin's meticulous search, not counting Tang Nine's soul, he had only found 3 in 400 years. Su Ligua was man-made, so there were many flaws. If it weren't for the fact that Su Ligua was different from other devils and had gained intelligence, Wang Lin would have already killed him and fed him to other devils. In the beginning, Wang Lin was quite satisfied with the second devil. This devil was very fierce, but as his cultivation level increased, although this devil was fast, it wasn't very powerful. Most of the time, it wasn't very useful. The third devil was refined from the soul of a spirit ape. It was powerful, but it wasn't fierce enough. There was a big difference between these 3 devils and the wandering souls that Wang Lin envisioned in the foreign battleground. None of them were things that Wang Lin was satisfied with. However, it was different now. If the soul inside the soul flag was refined into a devil, then whether it was fierce or powerful, it would be a top choice. Even if it couldn't compare to real wild wandering souls, it wouldn't be too far off. If the other core disciples are all like this, then Tang Huayuan, Wang, I really have to thank you for helping me raise so many top devils. As Wang Lin muttered to himself, his eyes lit up. Without a word, he charged toward the next core disciple's closed-door cultivation location. Among the other 6 core disciples, aside from one who was still at the border of Zhao, the other 5 had all left their closed-door cultivation locations. It was clear that they wanted to return to Tang Family City. If it was before he saw Tang Nine, Wang Lin would have let them enter Tang Family City and start a massacre. However, after seeing the benefits of Tang Nine, how could Wang Lin let these future devils go? Although the mosquito beast's speed was fast, it couldn't meet Wang Lin's requirements. This time, he took out a bottle of pills and swallowed them. Then his eyes lit up as he jumped off the mosquito beast and charged toward the closest one at full speed. Tang 8 calmly flew in the air. His eyes were calm, and he didn't seem nervous at all. In truth, he didn't want to return to Tang Family City, but the massacre in the past few days had caused the Tang family members to panic. The most important thing was that the Tang family ancestor didn't care about this matter at all. From beginning to end, he hadn't left Tang Family City at all. As a result, this matter was very strange. This was the main reason why Tang 8 wanted to return to Tang Family City. As he flew, he spread out his divine sense to observe his surroundings. If there was any sign of trouble, he would immediately react. In truth, Tang 8 didn't think that the Xiu 2 cultivator who had killed a large number of Tang family members would have the guts to cause trouble for him. After all, the strongest cultivator he had killed was only at the core formation stage. Tang 8 believed that if it was him, he could easily do this. After all, his cultivation level had reached the mid-stage of nascent soul. With this kind of cultivation level, he could walk around the entire country of Zhao as he pleased. Although Tongue 8 wasn't strong enough, he wasn't afraid of late-stage nascent soul cultivators. In the entire country of Zhao, there were only two people he feared. Of these two people, the first one wasn't Tongue Huayuan, but Tongue 1. Tongue Huayuan could only be ranked second. Tongue 1 was a nightmare in his heart. Just thinking about Tongue 1 made his body feel cold. Aside from those two, he didn't fear anyone. He even hoped that the mysterious person would appear before him. Tongue 8 was the fifth person to use the name Tongue 8. In other words, for a very long time, everyone who challenged him failed and was killed by him. While he was flying, Tongue 8's eyes suddenly narrowed. He looked up at the sky and saw that it was gradually turning dark. Just as he was about to increase his speed, his pupils suddenly shrank. Before him, a white-haired man had silently appeared. Tongue 8's heart trembled. It has to be said that his divine sense had been spread out, but he hadn't found this person at all. This was enough to prove that this person's divine sense was far stronger than his. However, just because one's divine sense was powerful didn't mean one's abilities were amazing. Tongue 8 slapped his bag of holding without any hesitation, and many flying swords flew out. More and more flying swords appeared before him, as if his bag of holding was a bottomless pit. As the flying swords appeared one by one, the white-haired young man didn't do anything. However, his gaze made Tongue 8 feel extremely disgusted. As Wang Lin stared at Tongue 8, his eyes became brighter and brighter. This person's killing intent was even stronger than the previous person's. However, he had learned to hide it, so he didn't reveal it too much. The corner of his mouth moved, and he revealed a satisfied smile as he slowly walked forward. Tongue 8 let out a snort, and his eyes became cold. His right hand formed a seal, and he pointed at Wang Lin. All of the flying swords around him let out sword hums and charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. At the moment the flying swords closed in, his body flickered and his divine sense left his body. It turned into a large, black cloud and pounced on the flying swords. The moment the flying swords touched the black cloud, they immediately lost their light and fell to the ground. Tongue 8's eyes revealed a look of horror, and he was about to retreat, but it was too late. Wang Lin used his soul devourer form and swallowed Tongue 8. In the blink of an eye, the black mist entered Tongue 8's body. Tongue 8 immediately let out a miserable scream. His voice was extremely tragic and would cause anyone who heard it to change their expression. As he screamed, his body involuntarily twitched and black veins appeared on his face. The reason his veins were black was because there was not only blood flowing through them, but also Wang Lin's soul devourer black mist. It didn't take long, but Tongue 8's painful screams continued. His throat was hoarse, and his body was soaked in cold sweat. After a while, his body violently trembled, and he slowly fell from the sky. As he fell, Wang Lin's soul devourer brought Tongue 8's nascent soul and soul out of his body. Tongue 8's nascent soul was devoured, and his soul was put into the soul flag. As for his body, it was tied up by the dragon tendon. All of this didn't take long from when Wang Lin appeared to when it ended. Most of the time, Tongue 8's miserable screams could be heard. After Wang Lin's soul devourer returned to his body, he didn't stop and flew toward his next target. Tongue 6 was not young anymore. It could be said that 200 years ago, he was already a core disciple. However, during a challenge, his position was stolen by someone from his family, but he luckily didn't die. After many years of closed-door training, without Tongue Huayuan's permission, he went to the secret room that belonged to Tongue 6 and cruelly killed the person who defeated him to take back the name Tongue 6. After that, although he was severely punished by Tongue Huayuan, in the end, the name Tongue 6 was still in his hands. Although his cultivation was only at the mid-stage of the nascent soul stage, the spells he cultivated allowed him to turn his killing intent into an attack. Even Tongue Huayuan didn't make it too difficult for him because of this and allowed him to have the name Tongue 6. However, today, the name Tongue 6 came to an end. From now on, there would be no more Tongue 6. Tongue 6 licked his lips as he flew through the air. His thoughts were the complete opposite of Tongue 8's. The reason he left the secret room was because he felt a strong sense of crisis. Ever since he turned all of his killing intent into an attack, Tongue 6 gained a special ability. This ability had saved his life many times. Therefore, he believed in this sense of crisis. Without any hesitation, he left the secret room and headed toward Tongue Family City. He didn't think his journey would be uneventful. Although he was only 5 days away from Tongue Family City, the sense of crisis he felt became stronger and stronger. Wang Lin's divine sense had already locked onto the person before him. This person was also at the mid-stage of nascent soul. He licked his lips as he flew forward and got closer and closer. As Tongue 6 flew, he immediately felt a killing intent coming at him. He secretly cursed. If it wasn't for that sense of danger, he would have dared to fight. However, right now, he clenched his teeth, formed a seal, and pressed his hand on his chest. 2 popping sounds came from his feet, and they exploded. His body was covered in a blood-red light. Enduring the intense pain, his speed instantly increased by several times. His whole body turned into a blood-red meteor, instantly disappearing from where he stood. Wang Lin frowned. This person was very decisive and used a secret technique to burn his soul as a sacrifice to increase his speed by several-fold. As a result, Wang Lin couldn't catch up. Zhao Zhuge stopped and coldly looked in the direction the person escaped. He pondered a bit and took out the restriction flag from his bag of holding. He shot out a ray of light, and the restriction flag opened up to cover an area of 500 kilometers. Shortly after, Wang Lin pointed at his brow, and the devil Su Ligua and the 3rd devil came out. Under Wang Lin's command, they protected him. Then he took out the bronze mirror. It floated above his head and slowly scanned the area. After doing all of this, Wang Lin took a deep breath, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes. Suddenly, a thick, black fog came out from his body. This black fog became larger and larger until it almost formed a black cloud. Suddenly, the black cloud moved and spread out like crazy. This spread out and covered the entire country of Zhao. This black cloud was Wang Lin's soul. This time, his soul had completely left his body. Tongue 5 was a very handsome middle-aged man. It was worth mentioning that he looked a bit similar to Tongue Li back in the day. He was followed by 2 female cultivators. Both of them were very beautiful. The 3 of them quickly headed toward Tongue Family City. Seeing that they were about to enter within 10,000 kilometers of Tongue Family City, Tongue 5 finally let out a sigh of relief. However, just at this moment, the sky darkened and a layer of black fog quickly closed in. Under Tongue 5's dumbfounded gaze, the black fog suddenly descended at an unimaginable speed and wrapped around Tongue 5. In the blink of an eye, it took Tongue 5's soul and nascent soul out of his body. An angry roar came from the direction of Tongue Family City. At the same time, Tongue Huayuan charged over like lightning. He felt Tongue 5's aura, but it immediately disappeared. At the same time, a pressure that caused his heart to tremble suddenly appeared. When Tongue Huayuan arrived, the black fog in the sky began to churn violently and gradually condensed into a human face. It was the face of Wang Lin. He coldly looked at Tongue Huayuan and let out a cruel smile before disappearing. Tongue 4's cultivation level wasn't high. He was only at the early stage of nascent soul. After all, he had only been a core family member for less than 20 years. At this moment, he was standing on a flying sword and flying quickly. His heart was filled with grief and indignation. In recent days, many of his family members had died, including his only blood brother. This was the reason he left his closed-door cultivation room. In truth, he didn't want to return to Tongue Family City, but to find the killer and get revenge for his brother. Unfortunately, he was destined to be unable to get revenge because he didn't notice that the black clouds in the sky were getting thicker. In one day's time, 5 of the 7 core disciples of the Tongue family had died. Only 2 remained. One was at the border and hadn't left the secret room. The other was currently flying. However, he wasn't alone. There was a man and a woman beside him. If Wang Lin saw these 2, he would definitely recognize one of them because it was Wang Zhuo from back then. Wang Zhuo's gloomy expression disappeared, and he felt a sense of carefreeness. These past few days were the happiest days he had been in the past 400 years because the Tang family was being wiped out. Although he didn't know who did this, it didn't affect his mood. He even hoped that the killing would continue, and it would be best if the entire Tang family was wiped out. Looking at his wife, Wang Zhuo felt a bit complicated. He originally didn't have any feelings for her. If it wasn't for Tang Huayuan's power, he would have accepted her to protect himself. However, humans are not plants. After being together for so many years, even though his hatred for the Tang family was still the same, his feelings for this wife of his had always been very complicated. Today's 2 chapters, a total of 8,000 words. Chapter 240. Tang 3 didn't look young. His hair was already white, and his face looked very old. From his appearance, he looked around 40 to 50 years old. If one looked closely, they would notice that Wang Zhuo's wife looked similar to this person. This person was very handsome. His face was flawless and had a pair of eyes that shined brighter than gems in the dark ocean. Xiao, the Tang family is facing a powerful enemy, and the ancestor hasn't appeared. This is very strange. If you and your sister can safely return to Tang family city, don't come out again. Tang 3 calmly said. Tang Xiao was Tang 3's daughter. The reason Tang 3 came out of his closed-door cultivation was to protect Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao gently nodded. Tang 3 hesitated for a bit and said in a serious tone, If I can't escape death, then don't go to Tang family city to find your sister. Leave the country of Zhao immediately and go as far as you can. Wang Zhuo listened on the side. His expression was calm, but he was sneering in his heart. Tang 3's eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. He coldly looked at Wang Zhuo without any expression, making it hard to tell if he was happy or angry. He reached out and rubbed Tang Xiao's hair. Waves of emotions surged in his heart. Ever since the ancestor separated him from his wife many years ago, he knew that even if he continued to live, he would only be able to live under the ancestor's shadow. All of this was because his wife was immortal. As a direct descendant of the Tang family and one of the ancestor's most important great-great-grandchildren, he couldn't marry a mortal. This was because his descendants had to have the qualifications to cultivate. If he wanted to change, he had to have power and a cultivation level that surpassed the ancestors. Many years later, his cultivation was successful. Although his 2 daughters had entered the cultivation world with his help, his wife's lifespan had already come to an end. Even now, the pain in his heart had not lessened at all. In these countless years, he had been extremely strict with himself and wholeheartedly cultivated the Tao. Because only in the pursuit of the Tao could he suppress his devouring longing for his deceased wife. In a way, Tang Xiao, who looked the most like his wife, was not only his daughter, but she also replaced his longing for his wife. Therefore, he would never let anyone hurt Tang Xiao and would never let her suffer any grievances. Tang 3 coldly glanced at Wang Zhuo and indifferently said, Wang Zhuo, for Su's sake, the old man will not kill you. Scram. From now on, Tang Xiao has nothing to do with you. Wang Zhuo's eyes lit up. He stared at Tang 3 and sneered, What a big temper. With that, he retreated and was about to leave. When Tang Xiao heard this, her expression changed. She immediately grabbed Wang Zhuo's arm and turned around to look at her father with tears in her eyes. She bit her lower lip and didn't say a word. Tang 3's gaze was still cold, but he slowly let out a sigh and turned around. Tang Xiao's gaze was exactly the same as his wife's. He couldn't kill Wang Zhuo in front of Tang Xiao because he didn't want Tang Xiao to be sad for the rest of her life. Wang Zhuo, no matter what the Tang family did to your family, I hope you won't hurt Xiao. After all, you 2 are cultivation partners. Your parents might not be able to accompany you for the rest of your life, but your wife is the only person who can accompany you for the rest of your life. Wang Zhuo, take care. Wang Zhuo pondered and looked at Tang Xiao. His heart was filled with complex emotions. In truth, even he didn't know what he would do if that day came. Tang Xiao looked at the 2 important men beside her and softly said, Father, Wang Zhuo won't kill himself. He won't. At the end of her sentence, Her voice was filled with conviction. Even now, this woman still stubbornly believed that Wang Zhuo would never hurt her. Although Tang Three's expression remained the same, the killing intent in his heart didn't decrease. Instead, it increased. If it was before, when the Tang family was powerful, Wang Zhuo's life and death wouldn't mean much. Tang Three was confident that Wang Zhuo wouldn't act rashly. But now that the Tang family was facing a crisis, everything was different. Tang Three decided that after returning to Tang family city, he would find an opportunity to kill Wang Zhuo. This was because he had a feeling that if Wang Zhuo didn't die, then Tang Xiuxiu would be in danger. However, he didn't have this opportunity. A black cloud suddenly appeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire sky. It was as if the black cloud could fall at any moment. Tang Three's eyes became serious. Without any hesitation, he pointed his right index finger at his abdomen and spat out a mouthful of nascent soul blood. At the same time, a speck of light flew out from his bag of holding and fused with the essence blood. It immediately turned into an oval ring of light before him. Tang Three's hand reached out, and Tang Xiuxiu let out a scream. Her body was involuntarily thrown into the ring of light. She looked at Wang Lin, and her voice was filled with despair as she pleaded, "Father!" When Tang Three heard this, he couldn't be ruthless. He let out a sigh and reached out again. This time, Wang Zhuo's body was caught and mercilessly thrown into the ring of light. Tang Xiuxiu and Tang Three disappeared into the ring of light. All of this happened very quickly. The moment the black cloud surrounded the ring of light, Tang Three didn't hesitate to lower his cultivation and used a large amount of nascent soul blood to send Tang Xiuxiu and Tang Huayuan out. After doing all this, he no longer had any regrets in his heart. His figure stood straight as he looked up at the sky, and an orange flying sword that flowed with flowing light soundlessly appeared beside him. This flying sword was personally made by him. It was named Dao Yun. His wife's name had the word Yun in it. He had to use his spiritual energy to clean this sword every day. Aside from himself, he didn't let anyone else touch it. Even Tang Huayuan was no exception. When he fought with others, he never used this sword. The degree to which he treasured this sword was no less than Tang Xiuxiu's. This was because when he was forging this sword, his wife left a drop of blood inside. It was because of this drop of mortal blood that the sword's power dropped quite a bit. However, Tang Three didn't care at all. In his mind, as long as the sword exists, he exists. If the sword breaks, he dies. At this moment, Tang Three's heart was filled with battle intent, because he knew that he would without a doubt die today. If he had to choose how he would die, he hoped to live and die with this sword. He gently touched the flying sword. This was the last time in his life that he would use spiritual energy to wipe it. His eyes suddenly lit up and revealed a determined expression. Without saying a word, he slapped the flying sword, and it immediately flew toward the black fog in the sky. Tang Three's body immediately jumped up and followed closely behind the flying sword. He pushed all the spiritual energy in his body to the limit and turned into a meteor that charged toward the black cloud in the sky. Within the meteor, Tang Three could faintly see his wife. She was smiling at him and calling out to him. The meteor flew across the sky, pierced through the black cloud, and landed 100 kilometers away. As the black fog moved, it all gathered together to form an illusory figure. It gradually revealed Wang Lin's appearance. He pondered as he looked at the direction the meteor went. At that moment, the middle-aged man charged at him without any fear and died under the G realm. However, at the moment of his death, Wang Lin felt a trace of mourning. Wang Lin pondered for a long time. He didn't take out this person's soul, even though if he refined it, it would become a high-grade demon. He didn't think that even the Tang family would have such a loyal person. However, this person had to die because he shouldn't have been born in the Tang family. 100 kilometers away, the meteor landed. Tang Three's body wasn't injured at all. His eyes were open, his breathing was gone, and he was no longer alive. In his hand, the flying sword named Dao Yun shined for the last time before it shattered inch by inch. Tang family city. Tung Huayuan was at the top floor of the ancestral home. He stared at the row of jades in front of him. There was a total of 9 jades, and 5 of them had already shattered. Just as Tung Huayuan was staring at them, the jade, representing Tung 3, broke into 2. Tung Huayuan's body trembled. His body suddenly became a lot older. He reached out his trembling hand and touched all of the broken pieces of jade. Finally, his hand stopped on Tung 3's jade, and tears that he hadn't shed in 400 years flowed down his face. "Hi, heir," Tung Huayuan murmured. Tung Hai was Tung 3's real name. When the 9 core members of the Tung family inherit their titles, they leave a sliver of their soul in a special jade. In a short period of 2 days, these jades shattered one by one. Every time one of them shattered, Tung Huayuan's heart would feel a stab of pain. This was especially true for Tung 5, who almost personally witnessed the entire process of Tung Huayuan's death. This feeling of being 100 feet away, but being so close, made even Tung Huayuan's iron-like heart hurt. Tung 5, aside from Tung 1, was the person who looked the most similar to Tung Li. It was because of this that Tung Huayuan doted on him. Tung 9's bitter childhood caused him to have a twisted personality. It was because of this that he walked the extreme path of cultivation and overdraft his life. Tung Huayuan had already prepared top-quality pills for him, but unfortunately, he couldn't use them anymore. Tung 8, Tung 6, and Tung 4 all had a place in Tung Huayuan's heart, but compared to them, Tung 3 was the most important. Tung Huayuan considered Tung 3 to be the shame of the Tung family. As a core disciple, he didn't want to cultivate and instead fell in love with a mortal girl. Because of this, Tung Huayuan forcefully separated the two and let time take away the girl's life. Tung Huayuan knew that Tung 3 hated him. However, this didn't affect Tung Huayuan's love for Tung 3. He even felt a bit of regret for what happened back then. However, this regret had no roots because Tung 3 was already dead. Chapter 241. After Wang Lin's soul devourer killed the 6 core members of the Tung family, he didn't continue killing. Instead, he quickly returned to his body. In the place where the body was stored, Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes and pondered a bit. When he killed the middle-aged man, he saw a figure that made his heart tremble. If he wasn't wrong, that person was Wang Zhua. The woman next to Wang Zhua was the middle-aged man's daughter. She was with Wang Zhua, so the two of them clearly had a relationship. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He put away the restriction flag, the ancient mirror, and the devil. Then he jumped onto the mosquito beast and spread out his divine sense. He immediately found the woman with Wang Zhua. The direction the woman was going wasn't toward Tung Family City, but toward the border of the neighboring country. Wang Lin pondered for a bit and chased after her. Tung Xiuxiu's eyes were filled with sorrow. Although she was running, she couldn't stop her tears from flowing. She didn't know what happened to her father, but she had a bad premonition in her heart. This feeling was pressing down on her heart, making her unable to breathe. The complex feeling in Wang Zhua's heart became even stronger. When he saw the Tung family members die one by one, he felt very refreshed. However, at this moment, not only did he not feel refreshed, he felt a deep sense of worry. Wang Zhua's body trembled. He stopped and closed his eyes. The scene of his family being slaughtered by Tung Huayuan replayed in his mind. When Tung Xiuxiu saw Wang Zhua stop, she also stopped. She bit her lower lip and looked at Wang Zhua. Right now, the only person she could rely on was this man, her husband. After a while, Wang Zhua opened his eyes and fiercely slapped himself a few times. He wanted to wake himself up. He kept reminding himself that the Tung family was his enemy. Even if it was Tung Xiuxiu, he didn't have any feelings for her. As long as it was a member of the Tung family, they all deserved to die. Tung Xiuxiu quickly went up to stop Wang Zhua. Her tears couldn't stop flowing. Wang Zhua forced himself to harden his heart. He threw Tung Xiuxiu's hand to the side and coldly said, "You can leave. From now on, you and I have nothing to do with each other." Tung Xiuxiu's eyes were filled with despair as she stared at Wang Zhua. She didn't even notice that her lower lip was bleeding. She wanted to grab Wang Zhua's hand. However, Wang Zhuo moved out of the way and coldly said, "You're not leaving? I'm leaving." With that, he turned around and slowly flew in the opposite direction. Tung Xiao stared dumbfoundedly at Wang Zhuo's back. The despair in her eyes became even more intense. Her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Under this pain, her face turned a sickly red and she coughed out a mouthful of blood. Her body swayed a few times before she stabilized her body with a pale face. In reality, the moment Wang Zhuo would turn around, his heart felt like it was being torn apart. However, the deaths of his clansmen left him with no choice. At this moment, the pain in Wang Zhuo's heart was no less than Tung Xiao's. Tung Xiao bitterly smiled. She looked at Wang Zhuo and softly said, "Don't go." Wang Zhuo's body trembled. He clenched his fists and suddenly turned around. He shouted at Tung Xiao, "Scram!" With that, he sped away and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Blood flowed out from the corner of Tung Xiao's mouth again. She looked deeply in the direction that Wang Zhuo disappeared to and turned around with a miserable smile. Her eyes were filled with confusion. Although the world was vast, she did not know where she should go. Of the two most important men by her side, one's life or death was unknown, and the other had abandoned her. For a woman, this was no different from the sky collapsing. Wang Zhuo flew for more than 5 kilometers. His fists were clenched so tightly that blood came out. The images of his family members dying flashed before his eyes. Then, Tung Xiao's figure and the despair in her eyes gradually replaced the images of his family members. After a long time, Wang Zhuo's body landed on the ground. He turned toward the direction of the small town and kowtowed a few times. He bitterly said, "Father, mother, your son has been unfilial." After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and 2 tears flowed down. He silently stood up and chased after Tung Xiao. The moment he turned around, he seemed to see his family members, especially his parents. They all revealed expressions of pain as they pointed at his nose and called him a traitor, an unfilial son of the Wang family. Wang Zhuo's heart had been torn in half. He chased after Tung Xiao. Not long after, he saw Tung Xiao flying in a daze. She seemed to have noticed something and turned around to look at Wang Zhuo. Her eyes gradually revealed a gentle expression. However, the moment the two of them reunited, a desolate, killing intent slowly came from the horizon. A young man with white hair that flowed in the wind was coldly staring at them from the top of a giant beast. Behind him were countless Tung family corpses. The smell of blood was very strong as this person got closer. Tung Xiao's face suddenly became pale. She subconsciously hid behind Wang Zhuo and trembled. Wang Zhuo stared at the white-haired young man with a look of disbelief. You are Wang Lin." Wang Zhuo. Wang Lin jumped down from the mosquito beast and stood in front of Wang Zhuo. He casually looked at the woman behind Wang Zhuo. Wang Zhuo subconsciously stood in front of the woman and looked at Wang Lin with a complicated expression. After a long time, he whispered, "I should have guessed that only you have the power to get revenge for our family." Wang Lin pondered for a bit and softly said, "Wang Zhuo, I'm sorry." Wang Zhuo bitterly smiled and shook his head. "If you said this to me back then, I wouldn't have forgiven you, but now, we only have one enemy, and that is Tung Huayuan." Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and he slowly said, "Tung Huayuan can't escape. No one in the Tung family can escape." Tung Xiao's body trembled. Although she was afraid, she still clenched her teeth and softly said, My father." "Shut up." Wang Zhuo frowned and stopped Tung Xiao from speaking. He forced himself to calm down and said to Wang Lin, "She is your sister-in-law." Without waiting for Wang Zhuo to finish, Wang Lin calmly said, "Your father's surname shouldn't be Tung." Tung Xiao's body trembled. Her gaze toward Wang Lin was filled with deep hatred. The moment Wang Zhuo heard this, he knew that Wang Lin knew of Tung Xiao's identity. The complicated feeling in his heart became even stronger. Wang Lin pondered a little. He looked at the setting sun in the sky and slowly said, "Is Wang Hao still at the Xiandao sect?" Wang Zhuo shook his head and bitterly said, "He didn't succeed in forming his core. He is already dead." Wang Lin closed his eyes, let out a sigh, and softly said, "You and her should leave Zhao. You and her should leave the state of Zhao." With that, he didn't even look at Wang Zhuo. He turned and leaped onto the mosquito beast. Everyone had their own ambitions. Wang Zhuo's series of actions clearly expressed his thoughts. He didn't want Teng Xiao to die. Wang Zhuo looked at Wang Lin's figure, and the complicated feeling in his eyes became even stronger. The tragic deaths of his family members and his parents echoed in his heart. It was as if all of his family members were staring at him and calling him a traitor of the Wang family. Wang Zhuo bitterly smiled. He turned around and looked at Teng Xiao. Suddenly, his heart sank. He saw a very deep, hidden hatred in Teng Xiao's eyes. Wang Zhuo pondered. His eyes revealed a hint of tenderness, and he gently said, Xiao, let's go." With that, his right hand gently stroked Teng Xiao's long hair. Teng Xiao was startled. Tears came out from her eyes again. She had been with Wang Zhuo for so many years, but this was the first time Wang Zhuo had called her Xiao. However, her smile froze in the next moment. Wang Zhuo's right hand was pressed against Teng Xiao's forehead. He injected some spirit energy and immediately ended his wife's life. Teng Xiao died without pain. She died in the arms of the person she loved. Holding his dead wife's body, Wang Zhuo revealed a sorrowful expression. He looked in the direction Wang Lin disappeared and muttered, "Wang Lin, I won't become a traitor of the Wang family, and I won't let even a trace of the Teng family's bloodline remain." With that, he knelt down in the direction of his home, kowtowed a few times, and then slapped his forehead, severing his life force. Blood oozed out of the corner of his mouth, and he looked lovingly at his wife in his arms before collapsing to the ground. Xiao, don't be afraid. I'll accompany you." Wang Lin stood on the mosquito beast, and his body suddenly trembled. He clearly felt that the dot of light that represented Wang Zhuo's wife had disappeared. He pondered for a bit. Then his body flashed and disappeared from the mosquito beast. When he reappeared, he was standing next to Wang Zhuo and his wife's bodies. Wang Lin stared at the two of them and felt a complicated feeling in his heart. He understood Wang Zhuo's choice. Wang Zhuo was struggling between his family and his lover. In the end, he could only kill his lover to make up for the guilt in his heart. At the same time, after his wife died, he could only die to make his love for his wife come to an end. Wang Lin silently pondered and pointed at Wang Zhuo's forehead. A weak soul fire that looked like it could disappear at any moment floated out of Wang Zhuo's forehead and was caught by Wang Lin. He let out a sigh and disappeared. In the northeastern part of the capital of the state of Zhao, there was an extremely large residence. This was the residence of the famous Wang clan. At this moment, within the Wang clan, a young man with a head full of white hair appeared. His body seemed to be transparent as he strolled through the courtyard. All of the servants ignored him. After the white-haired young man walked for a while, he arrived at a pavilion in a side courtyard. There was a woman lying on the bed in the room. Her stomach was slightly bulging. It was obvious that she was pregnant. The young man looked at her for a bit, and a white light silently appeared in his hand. He let out a sigh and waved his right hand. The white light floated into the pavilion and entered the woman's stomach. It gradually fused with the nascent soul in his abdomen, which had yet to form a soul. As a human, I must step into the cultivation world. Perhaps one day in the future, you and I will meet again. The white-haired youth muttered to himself and turned to leave. Chapter 242. Hengyu Mountain Range, Xiandao Sect. In the back mountain, where Wang Lin used to go into closed-door cultivation, there was only one natural cave at the top of the cave. Pan Nenzi was sitting in the lotus position on top of a stone pillar. His eyes were closed as he cultivated. His appearance hadn't changed at all compared to 400 years ago. His face was still wide, and his ears were big, making him look very dignified. At the top of the cave, there were a few stalactites. Occasionally, water would drip down and hit the puddles on the ground, creating a pleasant sound. After a long time, Pan Nenzi's face shined with a strange light. Slowly, he opened his eyes. At this moment, His eyes seemed to contain the moon, and the stars. Punenzi raised his right hand and slowly formed seal. His face was expressionless as he waved his hand. Suddenly, the stone wall in front of him lit up. Shortly after, 10 specks of light appeared on the stone wall. However, the moment these 10 specks of light appeared, 6 of them flickered rapidly and became dimmer and dimmer. Finally, they shattered and disappeared. Punenzi's face twitched unnoticeably. His expression became gloomy. At this moment, the surrounding air suddenly became heavy. Even the water droplets that were slowly dripping down from the top of the stone wall suddenly stopped falling. If there was a spirit-severing cultivator here, their eyes would light up. Being able to change the spiritual energy around them and use some complicated techniques was something only a spirit-severing cultivator could do. Punenzi had already touched the edge of the spirit-severing stage. The spirit-severing stage was not far for him. As long as he found the right spot, he would be able to break through. Punenzi stared at the specks of light on the stone wall. After a long time, he muttered to himself, "Tung Huayuan, what kind of powerful cultivator did you provoke to cause such a big disaster? AI, if it wasn't for the fact that the messenger wanted your tongue family to be the test subject, the old man really wouldn't care about your tongue family." Punenzi's face was gloomy. In truth, he still didn't know what the messenger saw in the tongue family to make them the test subject. If this wasn't the case with the tongue family's talent, there would be no way they could have 9 nascent soul cultivators. Tung Huayuan also wouldn't have been able to go from the early stage of nascent soul to the late stage of nascent soul in just a few hundred years and become someone second only to Punenzi. After a moment of silence, he stood up, flicked his sleeves, and immediately disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at the top of the Xiandao sect. Standing there, Punenzi knelt down on one knee and looked up at the sky. His hands quickly formed seals. As his hands formed seals, more and more clouds appeared in the sky and a pressure slowly appeared. Then Punenzi waved his arms and shouted, "Punenzi from a low-ranked cultivation country, lend me your magic tool." The moment he said that, a green and red light came from the 2 main peaks of the Hengyu Mountain. The light became brighter and brighter. At that moment, most of the spiritual energy in the country of Zhao rushed toward the mountain. Shortly after, the green and red lights slowly floated to the side of Punenzi. The lights dimmed, revealing the true body of the 2 magic wheels. The true body of the magic wheel was 2 magic wheels. Each of the magic wheels had 4 slanted blades that released bursts of cold light. There were even spatial cracks around the magic wheels. From this, it could be seen that this magic wheel was not a nascent soul-level magic treasure. It could be a magic treasure made by a spirit-severing cultivator or higher. Punenzi respectfully kowtowed a few times on the ground. Then he carefully placed the magic wheels into his bag of holding and let out a sigh of relief. His entire body released waves of killing intent, and he muttered to himself, "Tung Huayuan, this is the last time I'll help you. If your Tung family doesn't have a spirit-severing cultivator within 100 years, then don't blame the old man for being impolite to your Tung family." With that, his figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. The moment the spiritual energy surged, Wang Lin noticed it. His expression remained the same, but his heart sank. A moment later, he let out a cold snort and charged toward the only core member of the Tung family that hadn't moved. At the border of Zhao, there was a mysterious place. In the past 400 years, whenever a mortal cultivator mentioned this place, their expressions would change greatly. Even cultivators were extremely afraid of this place. This place was a large, black mud pit. It was a deep pit made of black mud that gave off a pungent smell. Aside from a few people, almost no one knew how deep this pit was. However, every 100 years, this pit would erupt once. Every time it erupts, the sound would be extremely shocking. Normally, this place was a restricted area. Whether it was a mortal, cultivator, or a flying beast, as long as they were within a certain range of the pit, they would be sucked into the pit and buried alive. After a long time, a layer of gray fog appeared around the pit and completely blocked out the area. This was the most dangerous place in the country of Zhao in the past 400 years, the Black Mud Pit. At this moment, in the deepest part of the Black Mud Swamp, there was a black crystal coffin. This coffin did not have a lid, and it was completely covered by black mud. Around the coffin, or rather, within the black mud, were countless eerie white bones. Among these bones were people and beasts. They were all victims that were sucked into this place in the past 400 years. This was the place where Tung Yi, the person Tung 8 feared the most, cultivated. Tung Yi was a legend in the Tung family. This person wasn't Tung Huayuan's Jr. To be more accurate, he was Tung Huayuan's Jr. He was the only core member of the Tung family that no one dared to challenge. He was also the only person that had held the title of Tung Yi for the past 400 years. When Wang Lin was 1,000 kilometers away from the Black Mud Pit, he noticed that this place wasn't ordinary. He pondered for a bit and didn't let the mosquito beast continue to fly. Instead, he flew by himself. The moment Wang Lin was within 1,000 kilometers of the Black Mud Pit, a skinny hand suddenly came out from the coffin. Slowly, a skeleton-like man sat up from the coffin. This person's body was almost completely black. He was all skin and bones. There was no flesh or blood on his body. There were only a few strands of hair on his head, making him look extremely terrifying. A ghostly light appeared in his eyes, and he slowly raised his head. At this moment, Wang Lin had already arrived above the Black Mud Swamp. His expression was serious like never before. The restriction flag was already floating beside him. Looking at the Black Mud Pit, Wang Lin didn't hesitate. His eyes flashed red, and his G-Realm Divine sense shot out. It turned into a series of lightning bolts and sank into the Black Mud Pit. The eyes of the man in the coffin in the depths of the black swamp lit up. Red lightning bolts flashed in the mud and landed on the man. The man stretched out his bony right hand and lightly touched one of the red lightning bolts. With a bang, the red lightning bolt disappeared without a trace, and cracks appeared on the man's finger. The man licked his lips. The ghostly light in his eyes revealed a powerful battle intent as he slowly stood up. At this moment, more red lightning bolts fell, but they were blocked by the man's finger every time. Finally, when all of the lightning bolts disappeared, the man's entire right hand was covered in cracks. He looked at his right hand and shook it, causing it to turn into dust. He didn't care at all. Instead, a powerful battle intent radiated from his body. His lips curled into a grin as he charged upward. Wang Lin's expression was very ugly. He clearly felt that the lightning formed by his G-Realm Divine Sense was completely destroyed by this person at the cost of his right hand. This had never happened before. Wang Lin was very sure that this person's cultivation level had not reached the soul formation stage, but he was able to block the G-Realm Divine Sense. The moment the skinny man charged out, Wang Lin didn't hesitate at all. The restriction flag turned into a black screen that surrounded the area. More than 90 black dragons charged out from the black screen. Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal, and the dragons roared at the Black Mud Pit. The skinny man revealed a stunned expression when he saw the incoming restriction. He didn't dodge and allowed the restriction to land on his body. Suddenly, cracks appeared on his body. However, when the last restriction disappeared, although there were countless cracks on his body didn't move at all. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he quickly retreated. At the same time, his right hand formed a seal and pointed at the black screen in the sky. More than 90 more restrictions appeared. The skinny man looked down at the cracks on his body. He looked up at Wang Lin and licked his lips before disappearing. Wang Lin didn't hesitate at all. His body immediately dodged to the side. With a ripping sound, a piece of Wang Lin's sleeve was torn off. The skinny man's left hand grabbed the corner of his sleeve. His eyes were filled with battle intent. Wang Lin's scalp felt numb as he stared at the skinny man. If he had been one breath slower, he would have been hit by the skinny man. His eyes were gloomy as he pointed at the skinny man. The restriction descended once more and charged at the skinny man. The skinny man's eyes were filled with confusion once more. He didn't dodge and allowed the restriction to land on his body. Even more cracks appeared on his body. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He didn't wait for the restriction to disappear. He didn't waste any more spiritual energy to summon the same amount of restriction. At the same time, his body didn't stay in one place. Instead, he moved around the area. The moment the restriction descended, his G-realm divine sense would shoot out like lightning. The skinny man didn't move at all. Only when the G-realm divine sense landed would he stretch out his left hand to touch it. Gradually, more and more cracks appeared on his body. Under the attack of the G-realm divine sense, his left hand was starting to shatter. This was a very strange battle. Although Wang Lin had a lot of battle experience, this was the first time he had encountered such a strange battle. Chapter 243. This person didn't dodge at all and allowed the magic treasure to attack him. However, even Wang Lin couldn't withstand such an intense consumption. Every time he used his G-realm soul, it would cause a lot of damage to his nascent soul. Wang Lin's body flashed, and he appeared 50 kilometers away. He immediately took out a jade bottle and poured it into his mouth to replenish his spiritual energy. But just at this moment, the man with the tumor suddenly raised his head and moved again. Wang Lin's vigilance was greatly shaken. He immediately moved and dodged the skinny man by a hair's breadth the moment he appeared. His forehead was covered in sweat as he quickly digested the pills in his body to replenish his nascent soul. At the same time, he slapped his bag of holding and an ancient sword sheath appeared in his hand. Wang Lin quickly took out a flying sword and stabbed it into the sheath. Immediately, the sword chi in the scabbard surged out, forming a thick strand of sword chi that landed on the man with the osteoma. The man's eyes were already filled with shock. When the sword energy arrived, he didn't dodge at all. He allowed the sword energy to land on his body. In the end, all the bones in his body couldn't withstand the continuous attacks and began to shatter. However, just as all the bones in his body were about to shatter, a look of realization appeared in the man's eyes. He casually raised his shaky left hand, which seemed to be on the verge of shattering with great difficulty, and formed a seal. Then, a sound that sounded like bones rubbing against each other came from his mouth. Condense. Suddenly, his body that was about to shatter shined with a golden light and recovered to its original state. Wang Lin took a deep breath and stared at the man without saying a word. The man with the tumor's eyes lit up as he stared at Wang Lin. He clenched his fist, and his body turned into a blur as he threw a punch at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he immediately retreated. However, he found that all the spiritual energy around him had been sucked away by a mysterious force. There was even a force that seemed to be restricting him. Under this force, Wang Lin found that his speed was greatly restricted. At this moment, Wang Lin immediately calmed down. He quickly took out the bronze mirror and shined it at the skinny man. However, the green light from the mirror had no effect on the skinny man. The skinny man's fist landed on the mirror. Cracks appeared on the mirror, and a burst of light came out. Under this light, the force restricting him loosened. Wang Lin didn't hesitate and quickly retreated. At the same time, he felt pain in his heart and shouted, "Explode!" The ancient bronze mirror suddenly shone with intense light, and then exploded with a boom. The explosion created a powerful storm that swept the area. After the storm passed, the skinny man coughed out a mouthful of golden blood. The moment the blood left his mouth, his body immediately withered. At the same time, panic appeared on his face, and he quickly rushed toward the blood in an attempt to swallow it. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He didn't hesitate at all. Not only did he not retreat, but he charged forward. It was clear that this golden blood was very strange. When the skinny man saw Wang Lin charge at him, he moved even faster and reached toward the blood. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his hand reached out. The two of them clashed, and the golden blood split in half. The two flew toward the two of them. After the skinny man grabbed the blood, he immediately swallowed it. His eyes lit up as he stared at Wang Lin and quickly charged forward. Wang Lin grabbed the golden blood and escaped into the distance without a word. The two of them moved quickly, one in front and one behind. Wang Lin didn't move in a straight line, but circled around the black swamp. He felt that this person was strange and unpredictable. When he saw the golden blood, he suddenly had an epiphany. Although he didn't know what this golden blood was, there was something similar in the memories of the ancient god 2C. In truth, this golden blood wasn't anything special. It was just similar to the blood of the ancient god, or it could be said that it contained a bit of the ancient god's blood. The skinny man's attack, aside from condensing his body, didn't contain any spirit force or spells. It was purely a physical attack. This kind of attack could no longer be considered a cultivation method. This person was like a refined puppet that only knew how to use brute force. As for the spell that Wang Lin used, it was filled with confusion. However, within this confusion, there was a hint of understanding. This person must have cultivated a very strange cultivation method and became like this under the influence of this cultivation method. There were too many cultivation methods in the cultivation world, so it was impossible for Wang Lin to know all of them. In reality, his guess was correct. The cultivation method that Tang Yi cultivated was similar to the body refining technique of the ancient god. This technique didn't belong to the country of Zhao. It was brought by the messenger from the Heaven's Tower. After cultivating this technique, the soul and sea of consciousness would no longer exist and would fuse with the bones in the body. This was why Wang Lin's G-realm divine sense lost its ability to kill in one hit. Wang Lin stared at the golden blood in his hand. His mind gradually became clearer. This person's actions weren't like a puppet's. They were imitating an ancient god. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. He slapped his bag of holding, and a cloud of black smoke flew out. The smoke turned into two puppets. These were the nascent soul puppets he got from one of the Tang family's core members. Wang Lin flicked his right finger, and 2 drops of blood landed on the 2 puppets' eyebrows. The 2 puppets' eyes lit up, and they let out a roar as they pounced at the skinny man. Instead of punching and kicking, they began to fight in an attempt to stop the skinny man. The skinny man's eyes lit up. He clenched his fist and punched one of the puppets in the chest. The puppet's body trembled and shattered into pieces. Although its companion had died, the other puppet didn't know what fear was, and it pounced over resolutely. Wang Lin took this opportunity to stop. He threw away the golden blood in his hand. His hands formed a strange seal, and he began to chant a complicated incantation. At this moment, even the most knowledgeable person would have a hard time understanding the meaning of the incantation. This was because Wang Lin was using the language of the ancient gods to cast a technique. In reality, Wang Lin had a lot of techniques related to the ancient gods in his mind. However, without the inheritance of Jishin's power, he wouldn't be able to cast any of these techniques. The technique he was using now was one of the few techniques that didn't require the power of the ancient gods. All he needed was blood. The moment he saw the golden blood, Wang Lin decided to use this technique. As Wang Lin chanted the incantation, the golden blood in front of him began to boil. Strands of white gas came out from it. As more and more gas appeared, the golden blood began to compress until it turned into an ancient symbol. The moment this symbol appeared, the sky darkened and all the clouds disappeared in the blink of an eye. Shortly after, a golden light descended from the sky. Within the golden light, a huge figure made entirely of spiritual energy slowly appeared. This figure was so big that its head reached the sky and its feet touched the ground. As its body condensed, 3/5 of all the spirit veins in the country of Zhao turned into ordinary mountains. The spiritual energy inside the spirit veins quickly surged out. The remaining 2/5 of the spirit veins also began to rapidly dissipate. However, the amount of blood that caused this technique was too little. It wasn't enough for the giant figure to completely condense, so it could only remain in an illusory state. Wang Lin's forehead was covered in sweat. Using this powerful spell put a lot of pressure on his body. The purple star between his eyebrows flashed rapidly. At the same time, Wang Lin pointed at the skinny man, who was running away after seeing that the situation was bad. Suddenly, the shadow nodded and waved its hand. The skinny man, who had already escaped far away, mysteriously disappeared without a trace. In Wang Lin's divine sense, the light that represented this person dimmed. Shortly after, a drop of golden blood slowly appeared where the skinny man disappeared. Wang Lin reached out, and the drop of blood flew into his hand. At this moment, the giant figure bowed toward Wang Lin, turned around, and disappeared into the sky. At the same time, the symbol formed by the blood also slowly dissipated. At this moment, all of the nascent soul cultivators in the country of Zhao noticed this anomaly. Punenzi's expression changed greatly as he flew through the sky. He immediately stopped and spread out his divine sense. At the same time, in the heavens tower at the center of Zhao, a slightly chubby middle-aged man opened his eyes and stared into the distance. His eyes were filled with disbelief. This is the giant demon clan's heaven-piercing technique. As for Wang Lin, he carefully put away the drop of golden blood and sat down. He took out a few bottles of pills and threw them into his mouth. He quickly used the divine blessing tactic to digest them. The puppet that hadn't been killed stood dumbfoundedly next to Wang Lin and didn't move at all. However, if there was even the slightest movement, it would immediately charge out. One day later, Wang Lin opened his eyes and took a deep breath. If it wasn't for the fact that he had enough pills in his bag, he would have needed at least half a month to recover from using the ancient god's technique. He stood up and looked at the puppet next to him. The puppet was slightly damaged, but according to the jade, it could repair itself. Wang Lin formed a seal and pressed it between the puppet's eyebrows. The puppet turned into a cloud of black fog and entered his bag of holding. Then Wang Lin looked at where the skinny man disappeared with a complicated expression. This Tang family member was far more powerful than he had imagined. If he couldn't use the ancient god's technique, then he would have to use his ace in the hole. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Wang Lin didn't want to use the divine retribution thread, because if he used it, then his revenge plan would most likely be stopped. This was because the divine retribution thread was something Wang Lin prepared to deal with the messenger from the Heavens Tower. Tonight, there will be one more night watch, and they will all be 3,000 words long. Everyone, don't worry. Tonight, there will be 3 night watch. If there's one less night watch, then my ears won't be hard. Chapter 244. At this moment, not only did he not use the divine retribution sliver, he also obtained a drop of God G's blood. Although this blood wasn't very pure and would disappear once it was used, it proved that it could be used once. Although it could only be used once, it was enough to save Wang Lin's life. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the restriction flag appeared in his hand. He looked at the restriction flag and made up his mind that after he finished dealing with the Tang family, he would find a place that could withstand divine retribution and place the last restriction on the restriction flag. Once it reaches the early completion stage, its power will increase greatly, and there won't be a situation like today where Wang Lin didn't care about it at all after so many strikes. For the first time, Wang Lin realized that he had too few treasures. The explosion of the ancient bronze mirror caused him to lose another Dharma treasure, which he did not have many in the first place. Up until now, aside from the restriction flag, the only treasures he could use were the mysterious sword sheath. As for the flying sword, it wasn't powerful enough and needed to be refined again. Aside from these 3, there were a few other treasures that could only be used in certain situations. For example, the beast trap. Unless he encountered a powerful beast, it would be useless. There was also the mysterious scroll. Although Wang Lin had never opened it, every time he took it out, he had a strange feeling. It was as if there was a powerful creature sealed inside the scroll. His instinct told him that he couldn't open it easily. Of course, there were still some treasures, but they weren't powerful enough. Wang Lin pondered for a bit and took out 3 bags of holding. The crisis of not having enough treasures forced him to set his sights on these 3 bags of holding. After this battle, Wang Lin knew that the G realm wasn't invincible. There were many things in this world that could resist or even counter it. If he could cultivate the G realm to the peak, he wouldn't care too much, but cultivating the G realm was too difficult. Because of this, treasures were extremely important. Wang Lin did not want to place all his hopes on the G realm, because if he couldn't use the G realm, then he would be useless. Staring at the 3 storage bags in front of him, Wang Lin took a deep breath. He shook the restriction banner, and a black screen appeared around him. Then he pointed his forehead, and two demons flew out to protect him. After a moment of hesitation, he did not summon the puppet. The puppet had been injured during the battle with the osteoma man and was no longer suitable for defense. After doing this, Wang Lin calmed his qi and spirit and picked up one of the storage pouches. This storage pouch belonged to the ancient emperor. The word Lan was embroidered on it. Wang Lin pondered for a moment. The spiritual energy in his body began to circulate like crazy. The nascent soul formed by his avatar suddenly opened its eyes. Traces of spiritual energy pressure spread out from Wang Lin's body. His expression was serious as he slowly rubbed his bag of holding. When his hand touched the storage bag, there was a strong resistance. Wang Lin's heart sank. He knew that the ancient emperor was still alive. Taking a deep breath, Wang Lin's hand pressed down resolutely. He rubbed it over and over again. Each time he rubbed it, the ancient emperor's consciousness would decrease by a bit. However, the spiritual energy rebound that Wang Lin had to endure became more and more intense. After half an incense stick's time, Wang Lin's forehead was covered in sweat. He took a deep breath and took out a few immortal medicines. After adjusting his breathing, he gritted his teeth, and the G realm suddenly appeared on his right hand. Together with the spiritual energy in his body, he wiped it over the storage bag. This time, the speed was much faster. However, Wang Lin's consumption was also greater. After he took a few bottles of immortal medicines, the ancient emperor's storage bag suddenly glowed with a layer of white light. Gradually, the white light dimmed and finally disappeared with a whoosh. Wang Lin heaved a sigh of relief. He was excited. The ancient emperor's storage bag had already been opened by him. His spiritual sense immediately entered, but his expression soon turned strange. There were very few things in the G Emperor's storage bag. Besides two supreme-grade spirit stones, there was only an ancient scabbard. Wang Lin's spiritual will moved, and the scabbard appeared in his hand. After examining it for a long time, Wang Lin frowned. This scabbard was the same as his own, except the symbols were different. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Lin took out his own scabbard. Just as he was about to compare the two scabbards, the symbols on the two scabbards suddenly flashed. After a long time, the light gradually disappeared. Wang Lin stared at the two scabbards. He had a feeling that there must be some secret within the scabbard. After looking for a while, Wang Lin put the two scabbards away. The ancient emperor's storage bag was smashed to pieces by him. Wang Lin sighed. He had spent so much effort to open the storage bag, only to find such a strange thing. This made Wang Lin not know whether to rejoice or feel helpless. He hesitated for a bit and looked at the other two bags of holding. One of them contained the mysterious corpse from the Ho Fun War God Temple. The other one contained more than 10 immortal treasures. These immortal treasures belonged to the ancient cultivators from the land of the ancient god. However, their cultivation was too strong. Back then, Wang Lin had spent so much effort and only managed to control a bronze mirror. However, in his eyes, this ancient mirror didn't seem to be very powerful. It wasn't as powerful as its name suggested, which made him a little puzzled. He picked up the storage bag and used his spiritual will to check inside. The defensive halos on the immortal treasures were too strong for him to open. At this moment, Wang Lin could not help but feel like he had seen a mountain of treasure that he could not obtain. With a sigh, Wang Lin picked up the last storage bag and scanned it with his spiritual will. There were waves of resistance. Wang Lin clenched his teeth. Without a word, he activated the spiritual energy in his body and scanned it with his G realm divine sense. However, the moment his spiritual will touched the storage bag, Wang Lin's body suddenly trembled. He felt like his consciousness had teleported. In front of him was a very familiar land. He saw a strange young man flying quickly. His speed was unbelievably fast. It was something that Wang Lin had never seen before. As the young man flew, he suddenly stopped and looked up. There was a cold look in his eyes as he slowly said, "You can't escape." Wang Lin's consciousness was in a mess, and he quickly returned to his body. He was startled, and his eyes became cold. Although he couldn't see the young man's cultivation level, from the young man's speed his cultivation level was not low. It was possible that the young man's cultivation level was far higher than his. In particular, Wang Lin immediately recognized the land he was in as the Sea of Devils. It was obvious that this person was the mummy from back in Ho Fun. Wang Lin had taken his bag of holding, and now that he had awakened, he was chasing Wang Lin. If this person didn't reveal any killing intent, then Wang Lin would have returned the bag. However, the killing intent was very strong. Even if the young man returned the bag, he would not let Wang Lin go. As a result, Wang Lin's heart sank. He hesitated for a bit before increasing the power of his divine sense and spiritual energy to wipe the bag. Time slowly passed. Although the divine sense on the bag was decreasing at this rate, it would take at least a few hundred years to completely remove it. Wang Lin pondered for a bit, and his eyes lit up. He already had an idea, but now was not the time to use it. He knew that time was of the essence, so he quickly put away the bag of holding and stood up. He looked toward the direction of Tang Family City and muttered, "Tang Huayuan, I'm coming." Almost all of the Tang family members had come to Tang Family City. They felt that only here would they feel safe. When Tang Huayuan saw all of the Tang family members arrive, his heart became even more gloomy. He knew that Wang Lin was already on his way here. The entire Tang Family City was in a state of panic. The moment the Tang family members arrived, they immediately found out why the Tang family ancestor didn't go out to stop the slaughter. It wasn't that he didn't want to go out, but the area within 5,000 kilometers of Tang Family City was surrounded by a restriction. One could only enter, not leave. As a result, panic began to spread. At the same time, rumors about the mysterious person killing the Tang family members began to spread throughout Tang Family City. Almost every Tang family member was anxiously discussing what kind of hatred the mysterious person had for the Tang family to be so vicious as to want to wipe out the entire Tang family. Various versions of the rumors spread among the Tang family members. Among these versions, there were a few that were quite close to the truth. Although Tang Huayuan tried to stop them during this time of crisis, how could these rumors be stopped by humans? Gradually, the panic among the Tang family members became more and more intense. On this morning, the sun was shining brightly and there were no clouds in the sky. Today was the 9th day of the Tang family slaughter. All of the Tang family members in the country of Zhao, aside from those who were dead, had gathered in Tang Family City. This day was the bloody day of the Tang family. It was the day the Tang family was wiped out. Even hundreds of years later, when the cultivators of Zhao mentioned this day, their hearts would tremble and their expressions would change. This day was the day the entire country of Zhao changed. It was the day blood flowed like a river in the country of Zhao. On this day, the amount of blood that flowed out of Tang Family City covered the earth. Similarly, on this day, almost everyone in Zhao knew the name Wang Lin. That cold, white-haired figure caused many cultivators to tremble in fear. At the same time, the name Wang Lin replaced Pan Nanzi as the #1 cultivator in the country of Zhao. On this day, countless cultivators of the previous generation died. Early in the morning, thousands of kilometers away from Tang Family City, Wang Lin was standing on top of a mosquito beast as he slowly flew over. Although the corpses behind him were a bit rotten, the heads were still intact. This was because Wang Lin had promised that he would deliver the heads of the Tang family members by the 3rd update. The top 6 might not be guaranteed, so he was begging for votes to make tomorrow's slaughter even more intense. Chapter 245. Wang Lin's flying speed wasn't very fast. As he looked at Tang Family City, his heart was filled with killing intent and regret. 400 years ago, he was forced to self-destruct by Tang Huayuan and almost died. 400 years later, he had returned, bringing with him a monstrous killing intent and hatred that was as vast as a sea of blood. He had waited for this day for 400 years. In an open space 10,000 kilometers away from Tang Family City, Wang Lin jumped down and coldly looked at Tang Family City. He took the dragon tendon from the mosquito beast's mouth and placed the countless corpses on the ground. All the corpses had their heads chopped off and piled up. His movements were clean and efficient, and his expression was cold and merciless. Gradually, more and more heads appeared before him. These heads all had different expressions, but they all had one thing in common: unwillingness and fear before death. As the number of heads increased, a powerful aura of resentment spread out. A cold wind blew and the sky darkened. A giant tower made of human heads slowly appeared on the open space. This tower was made of the heads of the Tongue family. Anyone who saw it would feel a chill in their heart. Wang Lin placed the last head on the top of the tower. He waved his right hand, and the tower floated into the air. It floated behind Wang Lin and followed him into the restriction around Tongue family city. Tongue Huayuan, Wang, you are here. Today, no one will live. We won't rest until one of us is dead. A voice filled with monstrous hatred suddenly spread throughout the entire Tongue family city. At this moment, Tongue family city fell into an unprecedented silence. However, the silence was soon replaced by screams of fear. Almost at the same time, some of the experts in the Tongue family noticed the tower of human heads that was moving forward. Gradually, more and more people saw the pagoda, and an aura of fear filled the air. Tongue Huayuan stood on top of the city with a gloomy expression. Beside him were 4 people. These 4 were the last remaining nascent soul cultivators of the Tongue family. The 4 of them disappeared with a point of Tongue Huayuan's finger. When they reappeared, they were 100 feet away from Wang Lin. The moment they appeared, they took out various treasures. However, how could these 4 people stop Wang Lin's path of revenge? Although Wang Lin's heart was calm, there was a hint of madness in his eyes. Today, he was going to release all of the resentment he had accumulated for 400 years. Today, he was going to become a madman, a bloodthirsty and murderous madman. Without any hesitation, the instant the 4 nascent soul cultivators appeared, Meng Hao's G-realm divine sense surged. A series of red lightning bolts shot toward the 4 nascent soul cultivators. Before they could even use their magical treasures, they let out miserable groans as the G-realm divine sense transformed into a cage around them. At the same time, Wang Lin charged into the cage. He raised his blade, and the first person's head fell to the ground. Wang Lin then kicked the head toward the tower of human heads. Another head appeared in the tower of human heads. The blood of the corpses sprayed out like a fountain and covered the ground. Wang Lin suddenly turned around, and a flying sword appeared in his hand. With a swing of the sword, another head fell to the ground. Another head appeared in the tower of human heads. All of this happened very quickly. Only 2 out of the 4 had been killed. The remaining 2 didn't even have the ability to resist the G-realm cage. Under Wang Lin's hateful kill, within the words, the pinnacle realm divine consciousness transformed into a cage that suddenly shrank. Like a thin iron net, it cut through the 2 people's bodies. Fresh blood rained down from the sky, along with chunks of mangled flesh. However, under Wang Lin's careful control, the 2 heads were still intact. 2 more heads appeared in the tower of human heads. After killing 4 people in a row, Wang Lin raised his head and looked at Tongue Huayuan with a cruel smile. Seeing this smile, Tongue Huayuan's heart felt a chill. For nascent soul cultivators were so easily killed by him. What kind of cultivation level was this Wang Lin at? Tongue Huayuan's scalp went numb. He realized that he had made a mistake. The surrounding restrictions were not placed by someone else, but by this fiend. Tongue Huayuan, I trust you have been well. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with hatred, but his expression was calm, and he even revealed a smile. As he spoke, Wang Lin's right hand reached out, and a giant hand swept across Tongue family city. Dozens of people screamed in fear as they floated out of Tongue family city. Among these people, there were men and women, cultivators and mortals. The moment Wang Lin's words came out, he clenched his right hand and popping sounds could be heard. Aside from their heads, their bodies all exploded into blood that fell on Tongue family city. A drop of blood landed on Tongue Huayuan's face, causing his body to tremble. Tower of human heads, 19 more heads. Wang Lin, killing intent, filled Tongue Huayuan's body. He waved his right hand, and a golden flag appeared in his hand. He waved the flag, and a cloud of golden mist flew out. Shortly after, the golden mist turned into a giant skeleton. It let out a roar and charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he slapped his bag of holding and took out a soul flag. With a wave of his hand, more than 1,000 souls flew out with miserable wails. Tang Huayuan, back then you used the souls of my entire family to force me. Today, Wang will pay back a tooth for a tooth. You can devour these souls as you please. I, Wang, won't feel any heartache. Wang Lin's voice was calm, but as he spoke, his right hand reached out again. This time, the bodies of more than 100 Tang family members floated out of Tang Family City. No matter how much these people struggled, it was of no use. This time, Tang Huayuan let out a roar and waved his sleeves. A strange wind suddenly appeared and tried to cut off Wang Lin's spell. Wang Lin revealed a mocking smile. His G-realm divine sense turned into a bolt of red lightning and landed on the strange wind. The strange wind immediately dissipated. Shortly after, Wang Lin clenched his right hand and more than 100 people exploded. Their flesh and blood rained down from the sky. This time, none of the people in Tang Family City could withstand the continuous attacks. No one knew who started it, but rays of sword energy flew out of the city and scattered in all directions. Wang Lin let out a cruel smile. He pointed with his right hand, and the more than 1,000 soul fragments scattered toward their former family members. Tang Huayuan's body flickered. He clenched his teeth and waved the golden flag in his hand. The golden skeleton that had stopped moving suddenly split into more than 1,000 pieces and flew toward the soul fragments. Tang Huayuan's heart was bleeding. This was no different from personally killing his own family members. Wang Lin's body flickered and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was next to an escaping Tang family member. This was a young man who was only at the third layer of qi condensation. 10 days ago, he was proud of his family name, but now he wished he could sever all ties with the word Tang. However, he no longer had the chance to do so. The last thing he saw in his life was the white-haired young man who made his heart tremble. Then an ice-cold hand grabbed his neck. With a snap, he died. After killing one more time, Wang Lin's body flickered again. This time, he appeared next to another Tang family member. Although this person was a beautiful girl, to Wang Lin, she was just a dead person. He wouldn't show any mercy just because she was a girl, because her family name was irreconcilable with the Wang family. After crushing the girl's neck, Wang Lin's body flickered again. Tang Huayuan let out an angry roar and charged forward. However, his speed was always a bit slower than Wang Lin's. Every time he tried to stop Tang Huayuan, all he saw was that the Tang family had lost another member. The grief of watching his family members die one by one without being able to stop them almost drove Tang Huayuan crazy. At this moment, he suddenly saw Wang Lin appear in the distance. Beside Wang Lin was a young man. This was the 7th-generation grandson that Tang Huayuan had personally watched grow up. No! Tang Huayuan's eyes were completely red as he charged forward. Wang Lin coldly looked at Tang Huayuan and pressed his right hand on the young man's head. Under the young man's hateful gaze, Wang Lin injected some spiritual energy into the young man's body and turned it into a pile of flesh and blood. In your next life, don't be named Tang. After killing him, Wang Lin disappeared again. Tang Huayuan stared dumbfoundedly at the pile of flesh and blood on the ground. He let out a painful roar. Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body appeared 100 feet away, and he coldly said, "Does it hurt? Back then, when you killed my entire clan, my heart was also very pained." With that, he casually waved his hand, and a middle-aged man that was running away let out a miserable groan as his body turned into a pile of flesh and blood. Tang Huayuan's face was ferocious as he roared. "The reason I killed your entire family was because you killed my grandson, Tang Li." Nonsense. Are you saying that only your Tang family can kill others, and others can't resist? Wang Lin sneered. He slapped his bag of holding, and more than 10 flying swords flew out. With a sweep, dozens more people died before Tang Huayuan's eyes. Tung Huayuan clenched his fist and waved the golden flag in his hand. Suddenly, all of the surrounding golden skeletons gathered and pounced at Wang Lin. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and the restriction flag appeared in his hand. With a wave of the flag, a black screen surrounded the golden skeletons. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he suddenly said, "Tung Huayuan, how did you find my hometown?" Tung Huayuan's face twitched. He stared at Wang Lin with deep hatred and said, "You will never know." Wang Lin's face sank. He waved his right hand, and more than 90 restrictions flew out from the black screen. The restrictions landed, and hundreds of Tung family members screamed as they died. Are you going to talk or not? Chapter 246. Tung Huayuan slapped his bag of holding, and a large sword flew out. The sword was about 10 feet long and emitted an ancient aura. Tung Huayuan bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body immediately weakened, but the large sword suddenly moved. The tip of the sword pointed at Wang Lin and flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. At the moment the sword closed in, his G realm spread out like crazy and surrounded the flying sword. After a series of crackling sounds, the flying sword slowly dissipated. Finally, Wang Lin's body trembled as his G realm was used up. Cracks appeared on the flying sword, and it turned to dust. Wang Lin's hand reached out, and several Tung family nascent souls flew out of his bag of holding. He swallowed them and quickly replenished his nascent soul essence. Tung Huayuan stared dumbfoundedly at where the large sword disappeared. His entire body suddenly aged. Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal and pointed to between his eyebrows. The devil Su Ligua and the third devil immediately flew out. Under Wang Lin's command, they let out excited roars and pounced at the surrounding Tung family members. In the blink of an eye, several more people died. Every scream caused Tung Huayuan's body to tremble. Wang Lin's voice was very cold. Are you going to speak or not? Tung Huayuan took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Wang Lin's face was expressionless. He didn't even look at Tung Huayuan. His hand formed a seal and a restriction appeared. Suddenly, the restriction around Tung family city began to slowly shrink. The Tung family members that had escaped to the edge of the city looked at the shrinking restriction in despair. Two extreme changes occurred in their minds. One was to completely give up resisting, and the other was to take out treasures and desperately fly toward Wang Lin like moths to a flame. Gradually, more and more Tung family members charged toward Wang Lin. However, as soon as they got within 1,000 kilometers of Wang Lin, they would be hit by the restriction gas. Their bodies would turn into a rain of blood that fell on the ground. The miserable screams of the Tung family members entered Tung Huayuan's ears. His body began to tremble violently, and his heart filled with sorrow. He tried to resist, but even the treasures given to him by the higher cultivation countries were useless. Tung Huayuan's face once again aged. He no longer had the demeanor he once had. What remained was an old man that couldn't protect his family members from being killed. I'll speak. Tung Huayuan's eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at Wang Lin and said, "Since my Tung family is in this, then no one can escape." Back then, the Piao Miao sect's Gao Qiming was the one that helped me find your Wang family. It was him. Go find him. He is now the #1 ancestor of the Piao Miao sect. His words are law in the entire Piao Miao sect. Gao Qiming. Wang Lin stared at Tung Huayuan. It didn't matter if Tung Huayuan was telling the truth or not. Wang Lin would remember this name. Looking at Tung Huayuan, Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed. He looked into the distance, and a flash of killing intent appeared in his eyes. He waved his hand, and the shrinking restriction suddenly became even more intense. The restriction closed in on the Tung family members from thousands of kilometers away. During this process, all the cultivators within the restriction didn't even have time to scream before they all died. At the same time, one by one, human heads flew out under the control of some mysterious force and landed on the Tower of Skulls. Gradually, the Tower of Skulls grew larger and larger until it pierced through the clouds. At this point, the entire Tang family, aside from Tang Huayuan, had died. On the ground, blood flowed like a river, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. Tang Huayuan stared dumbfoundedly at everything before him. He suddenly began to laugh like crazy. His laughter was filled with endless sorrow, and two streams of blood flowed down from his eyes. Wang Lin calmly looked at Tang Huayuan. After a long time, Tang Huayuan took a deep breath, looked up at the sky, and said in a voice filled with sorrow, "Good, good. From now on, all grudges between our Tang family will be written off. I killed your entire family, and you killed my bloodline. Karma, karma indeed. Wang Lin, do it." Wang Lin raised his right hand, and there was a flash of golden light at the tip of his finger. The spiritual energy in his body gathered at the tip of his finger. But just at this moment, a shout came from the sky. "Stop!" Hearing this voice, Tang Huayuan immediately recognized that it was Pan Enzi. He was ecstatic because he knew that there was hope for him to survive today. He looked at Wang Lin with killing intent in his eyes. His will to live immediately became active. If there was even the slightest chance of survival, he didn't want to die. All grudges were written off. This was only something he said when he thought he was going to die. As long as he could survive today, Tang Huayuan swore that he would reach the spirit-severing stage no matter the cost. Then, he would cruelly kill Wang Lin to get his revenge for what happened today. However, he overestimated Pan Enzi and underestimated Wang Lin. When Pan Enzi was thousands of kilometers away, Wang Lin's soul formation divine sense had already detected him. How could he let Pan Enzi stop him? The moment Pan Enzi appeared, the golden light in Wang Lin's hand shot out and landed between Tang Huayuan's eyebrows. An ambitious person died, just like that. It was indeed as he said. From now on, the grudges between the Wang and Tang families were written off. The Tang family bloodline had already disappeared from this world, severed. Pan Enzi's figure suddenly arrived before Tang Huayuan. He looked at the blood and flesh on the ground, then at Tang Huayuan's fallen body. Finally, his gaze fell on the skull-piercing tower, and he couldn't help but feel a chill. Without any hesitation, his hand formed a seal, and a green and red light flew out from his bag of holding. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he stared at Pan Enzi and calmly said, "You're late." Pan Enzi looked at Wang Lin and was startled. He carefully looked at Wang Lin and exclaimed, "You're a disciple of the Hung Yu sect." Wang Lin looked at Pan Enzi and without a word, his Ji realm shot out like lightning. However, the moment it arrived before Pan Enzi, the green and red lights automatically formed a barrier in front of Pan Enzi. The moment the Ji realm landed, the green and red lights flickered and resisted the attack. However, the light became much dimmer. Pan Enzi's expression changed. Without any hesitation, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the green and red lights. Pan Enzi pointed at Wang Lin and shouted, "Go!" Suddenly, the green and red wheels charged forward. Cracks appeared in the space around them. Wang Lin pointed with his right hand, and all of the restriction gas came out. It turned into a giant dragon and stopped the green and red wheels from moving forward. However, the quality of the green and red wheels was very high. The restriction gas could only stop them for a bit, but it couldn't stop them. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and his Ji realm came out again. This time, it turned into a bolt of lightning. However, its target wasn't the green and red lights, but Pan Enzi. Pan Enzi's expression changed greatly. At this moment of crisis, a giant hand suddenly appeared from the void and grabbed the lightning formed by the Ji realm. The hand gently squeezed, and the lightning shattered. However, the giant hand also trembled, and a soft snort came from the void. Shortly after, a chubby middle-aged man wearing a luxurious robe appeared before Pan Enzi. He looked at Wang Lin and was startled. Then, he revealed a look of ecstasy and said, "So, it's you." With that, he waved his hand, and the green and red lights circled around him. After the middle-aged man appeared, Pan Enzi let out a sigh of relief. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Lord Messenger." Although Pan Enzi let out a sigh of relief, his scalp still felt numb. He didn't know what kind of treasure that red lightning was, but when the lightning closed in on him, he felt the same sense of life and death as when he was struggling in the foreign battleground. He didn't doubt that if the lore messenger didn't appear, he would already be a corpse. Thinking about this, he looked at Wang Lin. Aside from fear, there was also a hint of pity. The middle-aged man stared at Wang Lin and slowly said, "You didn't die and reached such a high cultivation level in just 400 years. Very good. Hand over the heaven-defying bead, and I'll spare your life." The middle-aged man stared at Wang Lin and slowly said, "How about I make you the #1 person in Zhao?" The middle-aged man stared at Wang Lin and slowly said. Wang Lin's expression remained the same. He expected this person to appear. He was also 5,000 kilometers away, but he had already found this person. This person was the messenger from Heaven's Tower and was from a rank 4 cultivation country. From Wang Lin's point of view, this person's cultivation level was only at the soul formation stage. If he wasn't at the soul formation stage, how could he easily destroy the G realm? As for the fact that this person knew that Wang Lin had the heaven-defying bead, he had already considered this when Wang Lin was getting his revenge. This was why he had surrounded himself with his soul formation divine sense. As long as he wasn't up close, no one would be able to see his face. No one could lock onto him with their divine sense. This was also why the other person hadn't appeared in the past 9 days. In truth, the middle-aged man was also a bit worried. His divine sense had been constantly scanning the country of Zhao, but he still couldn't find the person who killed the Tang family. This puzzled him a lot. Unless the opponent's divine sense was stronger than his, this was impossible. But it has to be said that although his cultivation level hadn't increased in the past 400 years, he was still at the early stage of soul formation. This kind of cultivation level was something that no one in the state of Zhao could surpass. However, he couldn't have guessed that although Wang Lin's cultivation level was at the nascent soul stage, his divine sense had already reached the late stage of soul formation. Forget him. Even if the giant from the giant demon clan came, he wouldn't be able to find Wang Lin. This kind of thing was very rare in the cultivation world. After all, Wang Lin was the only person who could walk around the world as a soul devourer. There was also the strange red lightning. Although the middle-aged man looked like he easily blocked it, in reality, the red lightning penetrated his bones and caused some damage to his divine sense. Although the damage wasn't big, it was still shocking to him. Seeing the other person appear, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Without a word, he took out a drop of blood from his bag of holding. A drop of golden blood. A drop of ancient god's golden blood that emitted waves of pressure. Wang has been waiting for you for a long time. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent. He pointed at the drop of blood with his right hand, and the drop of blood boiled. It turned into a golden symbol and shot into the sky. Today, he would rest. It wasn't midnight. He would fight again tomorrow. Chapter 247. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the sky, and rays of golden light descended from the sky. The golden giant appeared in the sky under the golden light. The moment it appeared, the entire country of Zhao seemed to tremble. The sky was completely shrouded by the golden light. All of the flowers, trees, mortals, cultivators, and creatures were illuminated by the golden light. Although Wang Lin's expression was normal, the spiritual energy in his body was being consumed like crazy. The moment the giant appeared, Wang Lin pointed at the middle-aged man with great difficulty. The giant nodded and looked at where Wang Lin was pointing. It raised its hand and gently waved. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed, and he felt a strong sense of danger. He immediately grabbed Pan Nanzi, who was stunned by the change in the sky, and placed him in front of him. Pan Nanzi's body silently turned to dust like tongue. Even the middle-aged man's right hand disappeared. The middle-aged man let out a painful groan. His face was pale as he quickly retreated. At the same time, he ripped open his bag of holding and took out a piece of jade. Without any hesitation, he crushed it. A white light appeared from the shattered piece of jade. The white light surrounded the middle-aged man, and he disappeared. The moment the middle-aged man escaped, the giant in the sky slowly disappeared. Wang Lin's body trembled. He quickly took out a pill from his bag of holding and spread out his divine sense to find the middle-aged man. After a long time, Wang Lin frowned. The middle-aged man's aura had already disappeared from Zhao. Thinking back to the piece of jade that the middle-aged man crushed, Wang Lin concluded that the piece of jade contained some kind of transfer array that could teleport the person far away. Wang Lin took a deep breath and muttered to himself, "The treasures of a rank 4 cultivation country are indeed beyond my imagination." In truth, his guess was quite correct. The middle-aged man used an escape jade given to all core disciples by the sect. As long as you don't go too far, you can instantly return to the sect's headquarters. The Lord Messenger was also frightened by Wang Lin. He understood the power of the Golden Giant. It was the giant demon clan's heavenly technique. The power of this technique was so terrifying that even he wasn't confident he could block it. In Zhao, he had already seen the heavenly technique twice. In his view, this Wang Lin could use it a third time. Even though Wang Lin was at the nascent soul stage, he didn't want to provoke this kind of enemy. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to use the moment Panenzi blocked the attack to crush the jade and escape. Wang Lin sat in the lotus position to adjust his breathing. After a long time, he stood up and waved his hand. The Tung family's tower was raised into the air by him. At the foot of the Hung Yu mountain range, in the village where Wang Lin grew up, all of the villagers fell asleep after a strange wind blew by. Shortly after, outside the Wang family's ancestral home, a tower made of human skulls suddenly appeared. Under the tower, Wang Lin knelt on the ground and kowtowed a few times. 2 streams of tears flowed down from the corners of his eyes. He stared at the ancestral home like this as night slowly fell. Wang Lin took a deep breath and his right hand hit the head. The towering head turned to dust and was blown away by the wind. "I have got my revenge. Dad, Mom, your child will now walk his own path." Wang Lin silently stood up and left the village. After he left, the villagers all woke up. When they saw that it was dark, they all knelt down and prayed for the gods to protect them. Wang Lin flew in the air. The mosquito beast was already inside his bag of holding. Not long after, he arrived at the top of a cliff. This was the place he had come to in the past. It was the place where he had fallen. Looking at the cliff, Wang Lin took a deep breath, sat on the ground, and stared at the sky in a daze. At this moment, thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. Everything that happened in the past 400 years rushed into his mind and lingered for a long time. Now that the Tung family was destroyed, he had nothing to worry about. His state of mind suddenly changed. Wang Lin understood that he was no longer immortal. He had stepped onto the path of cultivation. This path was filled with difficulties and dangers, but he had to persevere. After 400 years of experience, he understood that power was the only way to protect himself. His childhood dream of becoming a celestial was magnified infinitely at this moment. There was also Situ Nan. Only when his cultivation reached the soul transformation stage could Situ Nan come out of the heaven-defying bead. There was also the vast universe from the ancient god's memory and the countless powerful life forms. All of these shocked Wang Lin and made him excited. Wang Lin stood up and stared into the distance. His eyes were filled with a mysterious light. At this moment, Wang Lin's thoughts changed. Ever since he was a child, he had entered the cultivation world in order to fight for his parents' honor. In order to get revenge, he had no choice but to become a celestial. Now that he had his revenge for his dream of becoming a real celestial, he was actively pursuing the path of celestial cultivation. Wang Lin took a deep breath and jumped down from the cliff. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the cave where he obtained the heaven-defying bead. After taking a look, his body disappeared. In the Piao Miao sect, Gao Qiming was sitting cross-legged in a secret room. In front of him was a bronze mirror. His expression was very ugly. 200 years ago, he had already divined that he would face a great calamity. Unfortunately, this calamity was unpredictable, and with his cultivation level, he wasn't able to calculate it clearly. As time passed, the feeling of a great calamity became stronger and stronger. It wasn't until the Tang family members died one by one that he suddenly calculated his lifespan. He only had 10 days left. If he didn't die in 10 days, then this calamity would affect the entire Piao Miao sect. Today was the 10th day. Gao Qiming had always believed in the heavens, and this had a lot to do with his cultivation method. He knew that he had to die today, or else the Piao Miao sect would be in danger. Therefore, he had already started to organize his funeral in the Piao Miao sect. At this moment, he had nothing to worry about. Sitting quietly in the secret room, he took a deep breath and looked around. Then, he raised his right hand and slapped it on his forehead. A strand of blood came out from the corner of his mouth. His eyes became blurry and gradually dimmed. At this moment, he suddenly saw a scene from 400 years ago. He was asked by Tang Huayuan to find the location of a Foundation establishment disciple. A hint of enlightenment appeared in his mind. He closed his eyes and died. Wang Lin stood outside the ancient transfer array in the valley. He looked at Zhao one last time before activating the transfer array and disappearing from Zhao. 10 days later, an evil-looking young man suddenly appeared outside the transfer array. He stared at the transfer array and walked in without a word. In a plane millions of kilometers away from Zhao, Wang Lin's figure slowly appeared. After he appeared, he spread out his divine sense, took out the map, and carefully looked at it. Then he quickly moved to find the next ancient transfer array. Wang Lin knew that the owner of the bag of holding was chasing him. If he didn't lose him, he wouldn't be able to cultivate in peace. Therefore, the ancient transfer array was his target. Wang Lin had a lot of top-quality spirit stones in his pocket, enough for him to use the transfer array several times. Half a month later, Wang Lin arrived at the location of an ancient transfer array. After checking it, he took out a top-quality spirit stone and placed it on top of the array. However, just at this moment, a black cloud suddenly appeared. As the black cloud moved, it slowly turned into an evil-looking young man. This person's eyes were gloomy as he stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's heart sank. This person's speed was several times faster than he expected. Also, under Wang Lin's divine sense, he couldn't see through this person's cultivation at all. An extremely dangerous aura immediately surrounded the area. If he relied solely on top-quality spirit stones to activate the transfer array, it would take about 10 breaths of time. In this moment of crisis, Wang Lin didn't say anything. He crazily circulated the spiritual energy in his body, sending it into the transfer array from his feet. The speed at which the transfer array was activated suddenly increased. Finally, the moment the evil-looking young man arrived, rings of light appeared within the transfer array. Wang Lin's figure disappeared within the rings of light. The evil-looking young man let out an angry roar. His hands formed a seal, and his body suddenly shot forward. The moment Wang Lin disappeared, he entered the rings of light within the transfer array. Then, using some unknown method, he reactivated the transfer array and disappeared within the rings of light. As Wang Lin passed through the ancient transfer array, he felt an intense sense of crisis. He could clearly sense a divine sense that was far larger than he could imagine sweeping toward him like a hurricane. Wang Lin was overwhelmed with shock. Just as the divine sense was about to devour him, Wang Lin's G-realm divine sense suddenly moved. It turned into a thick red bolt of lightning that smashed toward the other party. The divine sense couldn't help but slow down under the impact of the G-realm. Just at this moment, a light appeared in front of him. Wang Lin charged out from within the light. After he appeared, he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. The nascent soul form from his avatar immediately withered, as if it could dissipate at any moment. However, Wang Lin didn't stop. He disappeared from where he was, and when he reappeared, he was 50 kilometers away. Next, he didn't continue to flee. Instead, he raised his right hand, upon which floated a thin red thread. Wang Lin knew that no matter how he fled, he wouldn't be able to outrun his opponent's speed. Furthermore, his nascent soul's spiritual energy had been greatly depleted. If he continued to flee, his opponent wouldn't even need to kill him. His nascent soul would shatter and he would die. Therefore, he took advantage of the time he had to teleport to quickly summon the heavenly tribulation thread. This was his most powerful magical treasure right now. The instant he summoned the heavenly tribulation thread, Wang Lin took out a bottle of medicinal pills from his bag of holding and poured them all into his mouth. At this time, the evil-looking young man silently appeared 30 meters away from Wang Lin. He stared at the heavenly tribulation thread in Wang Lin's hand, his expression uncertain. Chapter 248. The evil-looking young man stared at the thin thread in Wang Lin's hand and said slowly, "The power of God's retribution. I didn't expect to see such a treasure on this small, abandoned planet." Wang Lin stared at the man without blinking. When the man saw the thin thread of God's retribution, he revealed a look of fear. Then, Wang Lin let out a sigh of relief. If the man didn't care about the God's retribution, Wang Lin would have to enter the heaven-defying bead space to hide, even though it wasn't a good idea. The evil-looking young man was also very annoyed. He didn't expect to see the power of God's retribution on this planet. If he was at his peak, he was confident that he could destroy this thread of God's retribution. But now he had only recovered 30% of his cultivation, which was equivalent to the early stage of infant transformation. Although he could resist the power of God's retribution, his cultivation would fall again. Once he fell below the infant transformation stage, he would have to find a place to recover from his injuries and wouldn't be able to leave this planet. This was because the minimum requirement to use the star compass was to be at the infant transformation stage. But this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that he felt a power that shocked him when he was in the teleportation array. He was very familiar with this power. The evil-looking young man snorted and stopped looking at the power of God's retribution. Instead, he looked at Wang Lin and shouted, "Junior, hand over the bag of holding and we will forget about this." "Is this what Senior wants?" Wang Lin's eyes became serious as he stared at the person and took out a bag of holding. The evil-looking young man looked at Wang Lin and nodded. "Yes, throw it over." Wang Lin hesitated for a moment. The man was too fast. Even if he asked the man to leave this place or wait until he was a certain distance away, it wouldn't help. If the man really wanted to chase him, it would be very easy. After a moment of silence, Wang Lin threw the bag of holding to the man. The evil-looking young man caught the bag of holding and scanned it with his divine sense. He looked at Wang Lin with an expressionless face. Wang Lin stared at the man and placed the thread of God's retribution in front of him. He said slowly, "Senior, Junior has returned the bag of holding. I will take my leave now." With that, he carefully backed away. The evil-looking young man looked at Wang Lin. Suddenly, a strange light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, 2 rays of 5-colored light shot out from his eyes and charged at Wang Lin with unimaginable speed. Wang Lin had always been cautious. Without any hesitation, his G-realm divine sense shot out from his eyes and collided with the 5-colored light. Shortly after, Wang Lin coughed out a mouthful of blood. The G-realm divine sense shattered under the 5-colored light. At the same time, as Wang Lin backed away, he slapped his bag of holding and took out the restriction flag. He waved his right hand, and the last restriction appeared in his hand. It was about to land on the restriction flag. At this moment, the evil-looking young man's expression changed greatly. He quickly said, "Stop. Little friend, don't be impulsive." With that, he backed up a few steps and stared at the restriction flag with a horrified expression. He bitterly smiled in his heart. One strand of God's retribution could cause his cultivation to drop, but it wouldn't be fatal. At most, he would be in closed-door cultivation for 1,000 years. However, when he saw the restriction flag in Wang Lin's hand, he suddenly understood why this junior in front of him had the power of God's retribution. Although he didn't know what this restriction flag was, he could tell that it was a treasure that could attract God's retribution. He also had a few of these treasures in his bag of holding. He knew the power of God's retribution. If he allowed this junior to do as he pleased, then it wouldn't be as simple as his cultivation decreasing. It was very likely that he would never be able to recover his cultivation again. There was still blood at the corner of Wang Lin's mouth as he stared at the evil-looking man. Right now, as long as he willed it, he would be able to place the last restriction on the restriction flag. At that time, if he were to give up on the restriction flag, he would be able to use the divine retribution to draw some of the divine retribution out of the restriction flag and have it land on the evil-looking man. Wang Lin stared at the evil-looking young man and slowly said, "I have already returned your bag of holding and didn't touch it at all." Why did Senior go back on his word? The evil-looking young man pondered for a bit and suddenly said, "The red lightning you used earlier, was it the G realm?" His voice contained a trace of uncertainty. Wang Lin's expression was normal, but his heart was in turmoil. He looked at the evil-looking young man and didn't say anything. The evil-looking young man stared at Wang Lin and said, "There shouldn't be an anchor. What you used just now was the G realm." At this moment, his heart was filled with complex emotions. The surprises that Wang Lin had brought him could be said to come one after another. It was already unbelievable to have the power of God's retribution on this half-wasted planet. Not only did this person have the power of God's retribution, but he also had a treasure that could trigger God's retribution. Not only that, but he also had the G realm. It was this trace of G realm that caused his killing intent to dissipate. The evil-looking young man took a deep breath and revealed a strange expression. Wang Lin's expression was normal and his eyes were calm. After a moment of silence, he said, "If Senior doesn't have anything else, Junior will take his leave." Then, he carefully retreated. If the other party made any more moves, he would trigger God's retribution without hesitation. The evil-looking young man hesitated and said, "Don't you want to break through the bottleneck of your G realm?" Wang Lin's body stopped, and he looked at the other party. The evil-looking young man hesitated again, then sighed and said, "Forget it, kid. Listen carefully. The G realm is a kind of extreme power. If you want to break through this power, it will be difficult, very difficult. But it's not like there's no way." Wang Lin was unmoved and only looked at the person quietly. The evil-looking young man had a look of admiration in his eyes. Suddenly, his eyes flashed and a five-colored light slowly appeared in his eyes. It turned into a five-colored ball of light and floated above his palm. Wang Lin immediately became extremely vigilant as he stared at the five-colored ball of light. The evil-looking young man looked at the five-colored ball of light, and a complicated feeling emerged in his heart. He was silent for a moment and said with some melancholy, "Check it with your divine sense." Wang Lin pondered for a while and scanned it with his divine sense. Immediately, his expression became strange. He hesitated for a moment and said, "This is..." He actually sensed a trace of G realm in the five-colored ball of light. This discovery instantly shocked him. The evil-looking young man took a deep breath and slowly said, "You found it? This five-colored ball of light is called the five-colored G realm on my home planet. It originally didn't belong to me, but was given to me by a good friend before he died." Wang Lin sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes lit up as he looked at the five-colored ball of light. The evil-looking young man clenched his right hand, and the five-colored ball of light disappeared. He looked at Wang Lin and said, "There are many types of G realm, and no one knows how many there are. Cultivators with G realm are rare in the Cultivation Alliance, so I can't see through your G realm. However, I know that no matter what kind of G realm it is, there is always a limit. Once you reach that limit, it will be very difficult to break through. I know of a method that can allow the G realm to break through, and that is the Cultivation Planet Crystal. Every rank 6 cultivation country is given a title. The old men of the Cultivation Alliance worship the heavens to create this crystal. It is the country treasure of a rank 6 cultivation country. If this treasure is obtained by a G realm cultivator, there is a chance that the G realm cultivator will be able to break through their limit." Wang Lin's expression was a bit ugly. The country treasure of a rank 6 cultivation country was not something he could obtain. After the evil-looking young man finished speaking, he gave Wang Lin a meaningful look. He slapped his bag of holding and took out a black compass the size of his palm. He casually hit the compass with his right hand, and it suddenly grew in size. It floated in the air and released waves of gentle light. If you can obtain the Cultivation Planet Crystal in the future and gain the right to leave this abandoned planet, then you can come find me on planet 5 Elements. My name is not Duo." As he spoke, he rose into the air and slowly disappeared into the compass. Shortly after, the compass spun rapidly, and a pitch-black hole with a flickering light silently appeared in the air. Inside the hole was a resplendent starry sky, dotted with countless stars. It was a very beautiful sight. The compass moved and entered the pitch-black hole. Soon after, the hole rapidly shrank and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Wang Lin secretly felt lucky that this person didn't pursue the matter of the bag of holding. Whether it was the restriction flag or the divine retribution thread, they were both his ultimate treasures. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to use the divine retribution thread. He looked at the black hole that disappeared into the sky, and a strong desire appeared in his heart. When he was young, he wanted to fly in the sky, but now he wanted to be able to soar among the stars. After taking a deep breath, Wang Lin turned around and left. The cultivation planet crystal of a rank 6 cultivation country was clearly not something he could obtain right now. Whether what the evil-looking young man said was true or not, it was still a clue. If he could obtain it, then Wang Lin wouldn't mind trying it out. But right now, what he needed to do was find a way to reach the spirit-severing stage. The spirit-severing stage was the barrier for a rank 3 cultivation country to reach rank 4. It was very difficult. It has to be said that there were a lot of rank 3 cultivation countries in the Rosefinch region, but there were less than 20 rank 4 cultivation countries. This number was enough to show how difficult it was to reach the spirit-severing stage. If he wanted to reach the spirit-severing stage, the spiritual energy and environment of a rank 3 cultivation country wouldn't be enough. Wang Lin's goal was to find a rank 4 cultivation country to reach the spirit-severing stage. He took out a map from his bag of holding. After looking at it for a bit, he locked onto a rank 4 cultivation country called the 5 Sect Alliance. This was the closest rank 4 cultivation country. Half a month later, the border of the 5 Sect Alliance came into view. There was a light barrier at the border. This was the difference between a rank 4 cultivation country and a rank 3 cultivation country. This light barrier would prevent any outsiders from entering. Wang Lin arrived before the light barrier. After looking at it for a bit, he sent out a restriction. The restriction landed on the light barrier and created a hole. Wang Lin didn't say a word as he entered the cave. Chapter 249. After Wang Lin entered the rank 4 cultivation country, he immediately stopped flying. He hid his cultivation and walked on the road like a mortal. Looking at the unfamiliar environment around him, Wang Lin took a deep breath. Breaking through from a nascent soul stage to the soul formation stage was not something any cultivation method could do. Even pills would have no effect unless they were rank 6 or higher. If you want to reach the soul formation stage, you need to comprehend the heavens and comprehend your own realm. This is the only way. It was because he knew all of this that Wang Lin didn't want to join any sects in the rank 4 cultivation country. After all, if he can't enter the core of a sect, he won't be able to reach the soul formation stage. If he wants to enter the core of a sect, it is simply too difficult, so Wang Lin didn't want to waste his time on it. Based on his 400 years of cultivation and his experience fighting against soul formation cultivators, Wang Lin knew that if he wants to break through from the nascent soul stage to the soul formation stage, understanding the heavens is very important. Wang Lin has been killing his way through, and his hands are covered in blood. This kind of mentality has nothing to do with understanding the heavens. He has a feeling that if he continues like this, he won't be able to break through to the nascent soul stage in this lifetime. In truth, Wang Lin's current cultivation level isn't really at the nascent soul stage. His original body is still stuck at the G realm. Only his avatar has reached the early stage of nascent soul. While walking on the official road, Wang Lin's body slowly changed. His original body was hidden inside and in a state of deep sleep, while his avatar gradually appeared outside. Wang Lin has already thought through the G realm very clearly. He doesn't try to break through, and he doesn't rely on the G realm like he did before. In his eyes, the G realm is only a magic treasure. Right now, magic treasures aren't high enough to pose a threat to a spirit-severing cultivator. If they want to upgrade their magic treasures, they will need some rare treasures, such as the cultivation planet crystal from a rank 6 cultivation country. After putting aside the G realm, Wang Lin was prepared to use his clone to cultivate. If his clone could reach the soul transformation stage one day, then he might really have a chance to obtain the cultivation planet crystal. At that time, according to Na Duo, he might have a chance to break through the G realm. Wang Lin drew in a deep breath, expelling the thoughts of the extreme realm from his mind. He knew that the most important thing for him right now was to comprehend the heavenly Taos. And the first half of his life was spent in slaughter. This kind of life was incomplete. If he wanted to truly comprehend the heavenly Taos, he would have to start from the beginning and become immortal. If he wanted to become a god, he had to become immortal first. Unknowingly, Wang Lin's state of mind slowly changed. Gradually, he gained a hint of enlightenment, but this enlightenment flashed by like lightning. It was so fast that Wang Lin couldn't catch it. He pondered for a moment and then smiled. His cultivation began to melt away like snowflakes. In the end, he looked no different from a mortal. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious light. He casually plucked a willow leaf from a nearby tree and put it in his mouth. He enjoyed the taste of the leaf as he slowly walked away. The size of a rank 4 cultivation country is several times larger than Zhao. That's why there are a lot of cultivators and also a lot of mortals. As Wang Lin walked, he saw a lot of people carrying luggage. Only he didn't have a bag, so he attracted a lot of attention. Wang Lin pondered a little. He broke off some branches from the side of the road and wove them into a small frame. Then he broke off a lot of leaves and threw them into the frame. After walking on the official road for only a few hours, he saw a lot of mortal cultivators riding large horses. These people didn't even look at Wang Lin, who was walking on the side of the road. Every time a horse passed, it would kick up a cloud of dust. Wang Lin didn't mind. He patted the dust off his body and continued to walk. However, this time, he didn't get far before a shout came from behind him. "Make way." At the same time, a strong wind came from behind him. Wang Lin moved to the side and saw a black horse almost graze his body. Following that, a few more horses arrived. Just as one of the horses was about to hit Wang Lin, the burly man on the horse pulled on the reins. There was a loud neigh, and the horse's front hooves were lifted high into the air as it moved to the side. After moving a few steps, the horse stopped. The burly man on the horse glared and lashed out at Wang Lin with his whip. At the same time, he shouted, "Where did this blind person come from? Do you not have eyes?" Wang Lin frowned, but just as the whip was about to hit him, a middle-aged man jumped off his horse and grabbed the whip. He said with dissatisfaction, "Zhang San, what are you trying to do?" The burly man let out a snort and pulled back his whip. He viciously stared at Wang Lin before pulling the reins and galloping away. The middle-aged man didn't even look at the burly man and turned to look at Wang Lin. He cupped his hands and said, "Little brother, I must have scared you just now. We have important matters to attend to, so I hope you can forgive us." Wang Lin shook his head and said, "It's fine." As he said that, he patted the dust off his body. The middle-aged man revealed a surprised expression. In his opinion, Wang Lin was just an ordinary person without any signs of practicing martial arts. However, this person's courage was quite outstanding. The middle-aged man carefully looked at Wang Lin and smiled. "I am Lu Xing. This road only leads to one direction, and that is the capital. What business does little brother have in the capital?" After saying that, he looked at the small frame on Wang Lin's back and asked strangely, "Little brother, are you a doctor?" Wang Lin didn't explain and just nodded. The middle-aged man smiled and cupped his hands again. Then he flipped over and mounted the horse. He patted the horse's back with his left hand, and the horse immediately neighed. It didn't move forward, but instead galloped backward. Wang Lin looked back and saw that there was a convoy of carriages moving slowly 10 miles behind the official road. An hour later, the convoy of carriages appeared in the distance behind Wang Lin. Around the carriages were nearly 100 burly men riding on fine horses. These people's eyes were all shining and their temples were bulging. They were obviously martial arts experts. Lu Xing was next to one of the carriages and was talking to the carriage. The official road was not wide to begin with. After seeing the carriages, Wang Lin stood by the side of the road. When the carriages passed by Wang Lin, four burly men had already arrived in front of Wang Lin and blocked him outside. Lu Xing turned to look at Wang Lin, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He pulled the reins and came to Wang Lin a few steps behind. He cupped his hands and said, "Little brother, do you have any medicine to relieve the nefarious wind syndrome?" Wang Lin's expression was calm. He knew that the other party misunderstood him as a doctor. With his temperament, he wouldn't care about this matter, but he had an idea. If he wanted to break through the nascent soul stage, he had to comprehend the heavenly Tao. Perhaps this was an opportunity to integrate into the mortal world. Thinking of this, Wang Lin said, "Is there a patient?" The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and nodded. "There's a servant girl who is sick. This place is 7 days away from the capital. The accompanying doctor has prescribed a prescription, but there is no relief." Wang Lin glanced at the carriage and said, "Let me see the patient." Lu Xing said with a bitter smile, "Little brother, do you have any medicine that can relieve it? If not, then don't see it." At this moment, an old man's voice came from the carriage. "Lu Xing, let him take a look. Doctors travel the world. Maybe this person has a way to treat it." Lu Xing quickly nodded and jumped down from his horse. He said to Wang Lin, "Little brother, I'll have to trouble you." Wang Lin followed Lu Xing to the carriage. When he was about to go up, the old man inside coughed. Lu Xing immediately stepped forward to stop him and said apologetically, "Little brother, just take a look. There's no need to go up." Wang Lin frowned. With his divine sense, he had already noticed that there were 3 people in the carriage. Aside from the old man, there were 2 young girls. From their appearance, it was clear that they were a master and a servant. The one who was sick was not a servant girl, but her master. Under Wang Lin's divine sense, the young lady didn't have the nefarious wind syndrome at all. There was clearly a cyan aura in her blood. It was obvious that she was poisoned. "Give me your hand," Wang Lin said. The young lady in the carriage hesitated for a moment before extending her hand from the curtain. Wang Lin grabbed her wrist and let go after a while. He took out a leaf from the small box behind him and circulated his spiritual energy around it. Handing the leaf to Lu Xing, Wang Lin said, "Take it raw, and it will be fine tomorrow." Lu Xing looked at the leaf in his hand strangely. This was clearly an ordinary willow leaf. He smiled bitterly, thinking that he had misjudged this person. This person was definitely not a doctor. He was clearly a madman. Otherwise, who would use willow leaves as medicine? If this leaf was really a medicine, then there would be a lot of leaves on both sides of the road. Just as he was about to throw the leaf away, the curtain of the carriage suddenly opened. An old man with a wrinkled face leaned out and grabbed the leaf from Lu Xing's hand. After looking at it for a long time, his expression couldn't help but change. He cried out, "100-year willow leaf." He took a deep breath. His gaze toward Wang Lin was filled with disbelief as he respectfully asked, "I wonder if there are any taboos when eating this thing?" Wang Lin said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Just eat it raw." The old man quickly nodded and gave Lu Xing a look before respectfully returning to the carriage. Lu Xing looked at Wang Lin strangely and smiled bitterly. "Little brother, you are also going to the capital. Why don't you go with us?" Wang Lin faintly smiled and said, "I want a horse." When Lu Xing heard this, he immediately shouted, "Second son, give me your horse." A young man in his 20s immediately had a bitter expression. He got off the horse and walked over with the reins. He then muttered a few words and left. Chapter 250. Wang Lin looked at the horse. The horse was unusually handsome, and its eyes seemed to have intelligence. When Wang Lin stroked it with his right hand, the horse actually squinted its eyes and revealed a comfortable expression. This scene stunned L.V. Xing. This was the first time he saw a horse having an expression. Wang Lin pressed the horse's body with his left hand and lightly flipped onto the horse's back. Lu Xing hurriedly followed behind. He chatted with Wang Lin while occasionally glancing at the carriage. Wang Lin rode on the horse and looked around at the mortals. A feeling that he hadn't felt for a long time slowly appeared in his heart. At this moment, the spiritual energy in his body actually began to circulate on its own. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be attracted and quickly surged towards him. If there was a powerful cultivator here, they would be shocked to find that there was a thick layer of red mist around Wang Lin's body. This aura was extremely dense, but it didn't leak out. Instead, it condensed around Wang Lin's body and didn't dissipate for a long time. Not to mention mortals. Even most cultivators wouldn't be able to see this red mist. It was the murderous aura that Wang Lin had accumulated over the past 400 years of killing countless people. This murderous aura gradually turned into a vicious aura. Finally, as he killed more people, it underwent a transformation and turned into a terrifying murderous aura. Once this murderous aura could be used on its own, it would have the effect of subduing the enemy without fighting. Even when refining magic treasures, if a bit of it was mixed in, the power of the magic treasure would increase greatly. A gentle breeze blew past and swept past Wang Lin's hair. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, and his eyes flashed with an undetectable bright light. He could clearly feel that the spiritual energy in his body seemed to be undergoing a wonderful change. Although this change was slight, it contained a mysterious power. At this moment, a small portion of the red murderous aura around Wang Lin's body actually loosened and turned into strands of red energy. It drilled into Wang Lin's body and fused with his spiritual energy. Gradually, as the caravan slowly moved forward, more and more spiritual energy appeared in the surroundings. Under such a large amount of spiritual energy, all the horses began to neigh. Even the eyes of the mortal martial artists lit up. They didn't know why, but a warm aura rose in their bodies. This aura flowed through their bodies, making them feel extremely comfortable. After a long time, the spiritual energy in Wang Lin's body gradually calmed down, and the surrounding spiritual energy slowly dissipated. The mortal martial artists all woke up one by one. They all had strange expressions on their faces and whispered to each other. They were all astonished by what had just happened. As the caravan moved forward, night fell. All the caravans circled around Wei and stopped at the side of the official road. Some of the women stepped down from the carriages and began to prepare food. There were even some who would occasionally glance at Wang Lin, laughing and chatting with each other. Actually, it was no wonder that these women were looking at Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin was filled with an indescribable charm in their eyes. Although his appearance was ordinary, he had an elegant air about him. Wang Lin leaned against a large tree and looked at the gradually darkening sky. His mood had never been this calm in the past 400 years. The starry sky was bright, and specks of light shined on the earth. But Wang Lin knew that every speck of light in the starry sky was actually a planet. This was the inheritance from the ancient gods' memories. In his memories, before 2C crossed the starry sky, he would often look at the sky like this. The calmness in his heart caused the spiritual energy around Wang Lin to slowly gather again. However, at this moment, Wang Lin wasn't paying attention to his spiritual energy. This was the first time he felt the red substance around his body. This red substance dissipated as his heart calmed down. Wang Lin pondered a bit. He knew that if he continued to calm down like this, then after a few years, the red substance around his body would completely disappear. Wang Lin had sensed this red substance before, but this was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. He knew that this was caused by his 400 years of killing. Although dissipating this substance might be helpful for reaching the soul formation stage, Wang Lin felt it was a bit of a pity. He pondered for a bit. With a thought, the red substance around his body suddenly boiled and slowly condensed. However, after it shrank by 10%, it couldn't condense again no matter what. Wang Lin took a deep breath. Just as he was about to try again, his expression changed. He looked at the direction of the women in the distance and saw a young girl in her 20s wearing a red floral dress. She was holding bacon and a wine jug in her hand as she slowly walked towards him. A fragrance wafted into Wang Lin's face. She quickly arrived and placed the food on the side. She curiously looked at Wang Lin and said, "Thank you." This girl was the maid that sat in the carriage with the young lady earlier. Wang Lin faintly smiled as he picked up the jug of wine. He scanned it with his divine sense and saw what was inside. Then he took a sip. A spicy feeling suddenly rose from his stomach. In the past 400 years, this was one of the few times Wang Lin drank wine. He clearly remembered that before he started cultivating, his father would only take out the wine when his fourth uncle came home. Every time that happened, Wang Lin would secretly take a sip or two. Then he would blush and look at his father and fourth uncle with a silly smile. With a sense of melancholy, Wang Lin took another big gulp. The girl opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but at this moment, someone called her from not far away. The girl responded, looked at Wang Lin with her big, beautiful eyes, then turned around and walked away. With Wang Lin's cultivation level, he had already reached the stage where he didn't need to eat, so mortal food was no longer attractive to him. The bacon was still there, and he didn't touch it at all. However, this wine stirred up a bit of his mood, so he drank it until he finished the entire jug. That night, the guards of the carriages lit up a bonfire. Bursts of laughter came from them and entered Wang Lin's ears. His mouth gradually curved into a smile. There were even some men who became more courageous after drinking the wine. They ran to some of the women and gently talked about courtship. Seeing this scene, Wang Lin's mind unconsciously thought of Li Muan. At this moment, Lu Xing came to Wang Lin's side with 2 jugs of wine. After handing over a jug, he sat beside Wang Lin and said with a smile, "Little brother, that leaf of yours is indeed magical. My young mistress is much better now. Come, let me toast you." As he spoke, he tilted the jug and filled the cup. However, he realized that Wang Lin didn't even need a cup. Instead, he directly took a big gulp from the jug. He was stunned for a moment, then laughed and drank the wine in the cup. After that, he copied Wang Lin and took a big gulp from the jug. "Didn't you say that the maidservant was sick? Why is it the young mistress now?" Wang Lin looked at the man in front of him with a faint smile. Lu Xing's face blushed as he awkwardly slapped his thigh and said, "Little brother, it's my fault. How about this? When we arrive at the capital, if you encounter any trouble, come to the Tianin shop to look for me. As long as it's within my capabilities, I won't hesitate." Wang Lin smiled and didn't say anything else. He slowly savored the taste of the wine. Lu Xing glanced at the empty jug on the ground, then at the empty jug in Wang Lin's hand. His eyes lit up as he smiled and said, "Little brother, you have a great capacity for alcohol. The night is long, and it's boring to sit around. Why don't you go and have a drink with some of my brothers?" Wang Lin subconsciously wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, he smiled and nodded. Following Lu Xing to the bonfire, he saw a few men around the bonfire talking and laughing loudly, talking about the interesting things they had seen in the past. Lu Xing stepped forward and kicked one of the men who was talking excitedly. He jokingly scolded, "Wang Laowu, I've heard you talk about little Taoong of the Blue Powder House countless times. Isn't it because she serves you well? Forget it. When we get back, I'll pay her a visit and see if you're bragging." The man surnamed Wang moved to the side to make room for 2 seats. He smiled and said, "Go, you're fast. I'll go when you're done." As soon as these words came out, the surrounding men laughed. Lu Xing jokingly scolded a few times and sat down. Wang Lin casually sat on a seat and looked at the mortals in front of him. He sighed in his heart. Although these people's lives were extremely fragile, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say that he could kill them thousands of times with just a breath, the happiness of these people was far from what he could compare. That night, Wang Lin drank a lot of wine. Although he didn't speak much, the men gradually became familiar with him, laughing and drinking with each other. Later, some bold and forthright women also joined in. Among them, the maid who delivered food to Wang Lin was among them. However, she sat beside Wang Lin, and her beautiful eyes were often on Wang Lin. Under the light of the bonfire, her eyes flashed brightly. No one knew what she was thinking. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that they all fell asleep. The women returned to the carriages and slept with their clothes on. Aside from the guards in the distance, the entire caravan was silent. Although the crackling sound of wood burning could be heard from the bonfire, it didn't affect sleep. Instead, it seemed to have some kind of magical effect that made people sleep more soundly. Wang Lin stood up and walked to a tree not far away. He sat down and leaned against it. His heart was filled with a sense of peace. At that moment, he felt like he had forgotten that he was a cultivator and had truly become immortal. At this moment, he closed his eyes and was pleasantly surprised to find that his cultivation had broken through the early stage of nascent soul and reached the mid-stage. Although he was at the peak of the early stage and could break through at any time, he didn't expect it to be this fast. However, the red mist around his body had dissipated a bit. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He had a feeling that if he let the red mist dissipate, he would definitely regret it in the future. Therefore, his mind sank into it and began to condense again. I hate 250. Chapter 251. Time slowly passed as Wang Lin condensed the red mist. Apart from the buzzing of the mosquitoes, there was only the sound of sleeping men. Gradually, the first rays of the sun appeared at the edge of the horizon, the light slowly dispelling the darkness of the night. Wang Lin opened his eyes and took a deep breath towards the east. Suddenly, two purple dragons that mortals couldn't detect entered his nostrils. After circulating around his body, he spat them out again. This cycle repeated itself. Wang Lin clearly felt that his body was like an immortal, as if he could break through the void and fly straight up. This feeling was something that Wang Lin had never experienced in the past 400 years. It was clear that only when one's mind reached a certain level of calmness would one be able to experience the aura of heaven and earth. After one night, the red mist around Wang Lin's body had shrunk by another 10%. Wang Lin wasn't in a hurry. He knew that condensing the red mist was not something that could be done in a short period of time. It would take a relatively long time. Early in the morning, the people in the caravan woke up one by one and washed up. At this time, the doctor who had always been in the carriage, the old man, stepped down from the carriage. After taking a deep breath, he stretched his arms and legs in an empty space. Gradually, he began to prepare himself for a variety of things. Wang Lin glanced at him and was quite surprised. Although the movements that the old man was making did not have any offensive power, each of them had the effect of strengthening the body. After linking them together, the effect was even better. After a while, the old man withdrew his fists and let out a long breath. Then, he hesitated for a moment and walked towards Wang Lin. When he got close, the old man smiled and said, "Little brother, did you rest well last night?" Wang Lin nodded slightly and didn't say anything. The old man hesitated for a moment and asked, "Little brother, where did you find that 100-year-old willow leaf?" After saying that, his eyes revealed a look of curiosity. "I picked it up on the side of the road," Wang Lin said. The old man suddenly paused. After thinking for a while, he bitterly smiled and said, "Little brother, you have good luck." After chatting with Wang Lin for a while, no matter how much he tried, he still couldn't get the information he wanted from Wang Lin. The old man sighed and turned to leave. If there was a real comparison, Wang Lin's age was more than enough to be the old man's ancestor. The old man's questions might be useful to a young person who had just started out, but to Wang Lin, they were useless. As he followed the caravan, Wang Lin gradually adjusted his mentality and slowly integrated himself. Several days passed in a flash. During these days, the little maid would often come and talk to Wang Lin. However, every time she spoke, her face would turn red and her eyes would reveal a strange light. It was unknown what she was thinking. Seeing the light in her eyes, Wang Lin bitterly smiled. He often saw this light in Li Muan's eyes, so he knew what it was. However, Wang Lin knew that his age was even higher than this girl's ancestor, so he always had a strange feeling in his heart. On this day, the capital city was within sight. The capital city of a rank 4 cultivation country was beautiful, but in Wang Lin's eyes, it was very ordinary. There was nothing special about it. If it wasn't for the fact that there were vortexes of spiritual energy above the capital city, Wang Lin wouldn't have even looked at it. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense, and the entire capital city appeared in his mind. There were a total of 9 vortexes in the capital city. As for the ones that gave off these vortexes, they weren't cultivators, but 9 towering black pillars. According to the size of the pillars, the amount of spiritual energy they gave off was different. Aside from one being the largest, the other 8 were all weaker. This pillar was very big. The smallest one would require 10 people to encircle it. As for the biggest one, it would require 100 people to encircle it. There were people meditating inside each of the 9 pillars. Furthermore, there was a layer of spell formation around the pillars that prevented divine sense from probing inside. However, to Wang Lin, the spell formation was like an empty shell. He could tell at a glance that the people meditating inside the pillars were all cultivators. The one with the highest cultivation level has reached the advanced stage of the core formation stage. The one with the lowest cultivation level is of the advanced stage of the foundation building stage. Wang Lin was also interested in this peculiar structure. When they entered the city, LV Xing noticed that Wang Lin's gaze was fixed on the 9 black pillars in the center of the city, so he whispered, "Brother Wang, don't stare at them. It will be troublesome if you're discovered." Wang Lin stroked the mane of the colt he was riding and said doubtfully, "Brother LV, where are these black pillars?" LV Xing revealed a look of envy and said in a low voice, "They are immortal wood. This is the capital of our country. Under the protection of immortals, the emperor gathered all the craftsmen in the country and built these 9 immortal pillars according to the requirements of the decree." Immortal wood. Wang Lin's expression was a little strange. There are immortals living inside the immortal wood. When my father was young, he personally saw immortals flying out. LV Xing's tone revealed a sense of pride, as if his ancestor seeing immortals was something he was very proud of. If he knew that Wang Lin, who had traveled with him for 7 days, was someone hundreds of times stronger than the person his ancestor had met, who knew what he would think. One should know that the cultivator his ancestors saw, even if he saw Wang Lin, had to respectfully call him senior. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and smiled, not saying a word. On a pontoon bridge between the north and south of the city, Wang Lin bid farewell to LV Xing and the others. Although LV Xing had not known Wang Lin for long, they felt like old friends. He patted his chest and promised Wang Lin that if Wang Lin encountered any trouble, he could look for him. There was also Second Son, who gave up his horse. In the past few days of drinking, he was sincerely convinced by Wang Lin. At the time of parting, he told Wang Lin that if he was bullied, he, Second Son, would definitely take action. Finally, the old man came down from the carriage. Behind him was a woman with a white veil over her face. Beside the woman was a pretty servant girl. Seeing that Wang Lin was about to leave, a trace of melancholy appeared in the servant girl's eyes. After the old doctor went up and chatted with Wang Lin, the woman with the white veil did not move. Instead, she bowed slightly to Wang Lin in the distance and returned to the carriage without saying a word. As for the servant girl, she leaned forward and chatted with the woman with the white veil. Then, she quickly walked over to Wang Lin with a bag made of ice silk. She handed the bag to Wang Lin and said softly, "Miss wants me to thank you. There are 10 taels of gold in here. Consider it the consultation fee." Wang Lin did not decline and took it. This was the first time he had received such money from a mortal world, apart from 400 years ago. Wang Lin clasped his fists and turned to leave. It wasn't until he was far away that the servant girl let out a sigh and returned to the carriage. The carriage followed the bridge and entered the southern part of the city. Squeezing the 10 taels of gold in his hand, Wang Lin walked through the capital city. The capital city was indeed the place where the emperor lived. There were many pedestrians and shops on both sides of the street. Shortly after, Wang Lin's eyes lit up an undetectable amount. He had seen no less than 10 cultivators in the mortal capital. Although the highest cultivation level of these cultivators was only at the 12th or 13th layer of qi condensation, this was something that Wang Lin had rarely seen in other countries. After pondering a little, Wang Lin looked at the 9 black pillars in the center of the city. He already had an answer in his heart. This must be the specialty of a rank 4 cultivation country. It was not until the afternoon that Wang Lin was still wandering the streets. Some of the shops in the capital city were clearly not for mortals, but for cultivators. Some of them even sold jades, magical treasures, and other things. However, these shops all had a layer of restriction around them that mortals couldn't enter. The people of the capital city were very familiar with this phenomenon, so almost no mortals would enter these shops. As Wang Lin walked, he would occasionally enter a shop to look around. When he walked out of a shop, he heard a commotion coming from not far away. He saw a sloppy old man being pressed to the ground by a large man. A fist the size of a bowl was aimed at the old man's chest. The old man let out a series of miserable screams. At the same time, large mouthfuls of blood came out of the old man's mouth. There seemed to be a certain rhythm to it. Every time the large man punched him, he would cough out a mouthful of blood. The large man punched him a few more times, then stood up and cursed. "Old thing, if you come to my shop again, I'll beat you up every time I see you. You're already so old, yet you're still so dirty." After the large man finished cursing, he even spat on the old man. At this moment, a middle-aged man standing next to Wang Lin shook his head and sighed. This old man gets beaten up almost every day just to watch those women change their clothes. Is it worth it? Wang Lin was startled when he heard this. He looked at the old man for a moment before turning around and leaving. However, he only took a few steps before he suddenly turned around and saw the old man proudly walking toward him while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Wang Lin moved to the side and his eyes gradually turned cold. The old man walked past Wang Lin, but he only took a few steps before he suddenly turned around with a surprised expression. He looked up and down at Wang Lin and suddenly said, "Little brother, I can see that your forehead is full and your body is glowing purple. You're definitely not immortal." Wang Lin frowned. With his divine sense, he could tell that this old man was only immortal without any cultivation. There were even many bruises on his body, clearly caused by being beaten often. Wang Lin had no interest in this person at all, so he turned around and left. If this old man continued to follow him, then Wang Lin didn't mind sending him on his way. The old man revealed a look of pity as he looked at Wang Lin's back and shook his head. "If there's no one to guide you, I'm afraid you won't be able to reach the soul formation stage in this life." What a pity. Wang Lin's body suddenly stopped and his aura suddenly raged. He slowly turned around and stared at the old man as he coldly asked, "Who are you?" The old man didn't feel any discomfort facing Wang Lin's raging aura. He put his hand behind his back and looked up at the sky. His mouth was filled with an ancient aura as he said, "You don't need to know who the old man is, but the old man knows how to help you reach the soul formation stage." Wang Lin's eyes lit up. No matter how he looked at this old man, he was only immortal, but this person was able to see through his cultivation at a glance. There was only one explanation for this, and that was that this person's cultivation was far beyond the soul formation stage. This was why Wang Lin couldn't see through it. Wang Lin frowned and asked, "How can I reach the soul formation stage?" The old man looked at Wang Lin and said, "I'm getting old. Once I'm hungry, I can't remember anything. I know a good restaurant. How about we talk while we eat?" With that, he licked his lips and his stomach let out a few growls of hunger. Fortune Restaurant was one of the most luxurious restaurants in the capital. The old man walked in with his chest out. Eating in the main hall obviously didn't enter the old man's eyes. After he entered, he directly went to a single room. When the waiter saw the old man appear, he looked at Wang Lin with a strange expression and immediately went up to serve him. Wang Lin frowned. He felt that there was something fishy about this matter. The old man was clearly very familiar with this restaurant. He ordered a lot of dishes that Wang Lin had never heard of before. The entire table was filled with dishes. The old man acted like he hadn't eaten in a long time as he swept through everything. Wang Lin didn't say a word as he drank a jug of wine. His gaze occasionally swept over the old man and became colder. After the old man ate for a while, Wang Lin coldly said, "Speak, I'm all ears." The old man grabbed a pork knuckle and took a big bite. With an oily face, he said, "This matter can be discussed. It can be discussed. Wait until I finish this pork knuckle." As the old man spoke, he swallowed the entire pork shoulder in 2 or 3 bites. Then he burped and wiped his hands on his body, saying, "To reach the spirit-severing stage, you need to comprehend the heavenly Tao. I think you should have some understanding of this. In addition, if you want to reach the spirit-severing stage, You must have a kind of intent realm. Do you understand intent realm? Young man, understand it well. Once you understand domain, you won't be far from the soul formation stage. I need to go to the bathroom. I'll tell you when I come back. The old man suddenly touched his stomach and stood up with a bitter expression. As if he was worried that Wang Lin wouldn't let him go, he let out a pu sound as he stood up. A stench immediately filled the room. The old man smiled awkwardly and left in a hurry. Wang Lin waved his right hand and a gust of wind appeared, blowing away the stench in the room. At the same time, his divine sense followed the old man closely. The old man's series of actions were all very strange, but the soul formation stage he mentioned was consistent with what Wang Lin knew. This kind of thing was impossible for mortals to know. While he was puzzled, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly flashed, and he stood up. In his divine sense, he saw the old man leave from the back door of the restaurant with a proud face. After a few steps, he disappeared into the crowd. Wang Lin's body flashed and disappeared from the restaurant. When he reappeared, he was already outside. His eyes were cold as he leisurely followed behind the old man. He saw that the old man had changed his clothes and was digging in his mouth for a long time. After digging out a piece of minced meat, he didn't throw it away. Instead, he stuffed it back into his mouth. While walking, the old man suddenly stopped and looked at a middle-aged man in a purple robe in the distance. His eyes lit up, and he smiled as he quickly walked forward. The middle-aged man seemed to be aware of it. He turned around and frowned at the old man before ignoring him. At this time, the old man suddenly shouted, "Little brother, I see that your forehead is full and your body is covered in purple light. You are definitely not a mortal." The middle-aged man was startled and stopped. He turned around to look at the old man with a cold gaze. The old man revealed a look of pity and shook his head. "Unfortunately, if there is no one to guide me, I'm afraid I won't be able to reach the core formation stage in this life." The middle-aged man's eyes flashed, and he asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" The old man shook his head. "Who I am is not important. How about we find a place to relax and talk while we relax?" Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. The middle-aged man was also a cultivator, but he was only at the foundation establishment stage. It was obvious that this old man had learned these words from somewhere and was especially good at tricking cultivators. However, this old man was still alive, so this matter was not simple. Unless Wang Lin was the first person he had been tricked, this old man wouldn't have been able to live until now. As an immortal cultivator, he was actually tricked by a mortal. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't let this old man off easily. Another strange thing was that this old man seemed to be able to see through a cultivator's cultivation. If it was a foundation establishment stage, then he would say core formation. If it was a core formation stage, then he would say nascent soul. As for nascent soul cultivators like Wang Lin, he would say they were soul formation cultivators. For the entire afternoon, Wang Lin had been staring at the old man. He wanted to see what secrets this old man had. In the afternoon, the old man had tricked a total of 4 people, including Wang Lin. The things he tricked were quite interesting. They were all food and drinks, and the most outrageous one was a trip to a brothel. However, the 3 of them, including the man in purple, didn't show any signs of wanting to cause trouble for him. It was as if the old man's words had some sort of magical power. The more Wang Lin watched, the more shocked he became. The old man seemed to know a lot about how to break through to the next cultivation level. Often, with a few simple words, he would be able to enlighten these cultivators. Because of this, no one thought he was a swindler. Instead, they felt like they had met a senior and were very polite to him. Gradually, Wang Lin pondered a little and retracted his divine sense. This person was very mysterious. Wang Lin had a feeling that it was best not to provoke this old man. After Wang Lin retracted his divine sense, the old man was in the brothel with a beautiful woman in his arms. His eyes lit up, and he looked in the direction of Wang Lin with a smile that wasn't a smile. Then he muttered to himself, "Nascent soul stage, and mid-stage at that. Should I help him?" While he was pondering, the woman in his arms called out to him. The old man immediately threw Wang Lin to the back of his mind and happily left. After no longer thinking about the old man, Wang Lin pondered for a while. Then he found a secluded area in the west of the city and rented a small shop for 8 pieces of gold. After tidying it up a bit, he moved in. If one wanted to reach the soul formation stage, one must first become a mortal, experience life, and understand the heavens. This was the method that Wang Lin thought of to break through to the nascent soul stage. After calmly looking at the shop, Wang Lin quietly sat in the back of the house and quietly experienced the mortal world. At this moment, Wang Lin was hiding in the bustling mortal capital. He quietly felt the heavens and the cycle of reincarnation. In order to break through to the nascent soul stage and enter the soul formation stage, he was making comprehensive preparations. I am too tired and I owe 1,000 words. I will write them in the next few days. Please understand. To be continued. Chapter 252. The shop that Wang Lin rented was not on the main street, but rather in a remote area. If one didn't look carefully, it would be hard to find. However, Wang Lin didn't mind. After a night of meditation, the red mist around his body had condensed a bit more. Early in the morning, Wang Lin opened the door of the shop. Like a mortal, he tidied up the shop. Then, his body flashed, and he disappeared from the shop. When he returned, his bag of holding was filled with many trees that he had uprooted. He peeled off the bark of these trees and used tools to carve them into squares. Wang Lin thought back to when he was a child and how his father taught him how to carve. These memories gradually appeared in his mind. Wang Lin was silent for a long time. His left hand grabbed a square of wood and gently waved it. Suddenly, the square turned into 10 squares. Wang Lin picked up one of the squares. At some point, a carving knife appeared in his right hand. Just like his father, he began to carve, stroke by stroke. Gradually, as Wang Lin carved, he found a family that had been lost for 400 years. It was as if he had returned to his childhood, back to the small mountain village where he had lived for a long time. At this moment, the spiritual energy in Wang Lin's body suddenly began to move. It flowed through the carving knife in his hand and gradually entered the wooden carving, going deeper and deeper. Time quickly passed. When night fell, Wang Lin suddenly woke up. He looked at the piece of wood in his hand. The piece of wood had become a wooden carving. This carving was of a middle-aged man with a kind smile on his face. This person wore clothes made of coarse cloth, and his hands were covered with fine scratches. Although this wooden carving was a bit rough, it seemed to have a mind of its own. Waves of spiritual energy spread out from it. Wang Lin stared at the wooden carving, and a wave of sadness welled up in his heart. His right hand gently rubbed the carving, and he muttered, "Dad, I miss you, I really miss you." After pondering for a long time, Wang Lin put the carving on the side and picked up a piece of wood. He immersed himself in carving and began to carve. The sky gradually became cold. One day and one night without rest was nothing to Wang Lin. Back when he was being chased, he would often run for days and nights. The moment the sun rose, the carving in Wang Lin's hand once again took shape. This time, it was a middle-aged woman. She had a loving expression on her face as she looked into the distance, as if she was waiting for her child to return. After placing the two carvings together, Wang Lin took a deep breath and picked up another piece of wood to carve. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin didn't stop carving. Only when he was extremely tired would he cultivate for a while. In the blink of an eye, 1 month passed. Compared to a month ago, there were more items in Wang Lin's shop. On the walls of the shop, there were rows of lifelike carvings. There were men and women, old and young, and there were all kinds of movements. These carvings were all people from the village Wang Lin came from. Right now, Wang Lin was using a different method to bring these people back to life. During this month, not a single customer came to Wang Lin's shop, but Wang Lin didn't mind. He was immersed in carving and had even stopped cultivating. On this day, Wang Lin was holding a half-finished carving in his hand. For some reason, this carving gave off an ancient aura. If a cultivator from the Sea of Devils saw this carving, they would immediately recognize that it was a dragon. This dragon was the first spirit beast that Wang Lin encountered when he and Li Muan were in the Sea of Devils. While he was carving, the sound of a bell could be heard. The door of the shop was pushed open and a young man carefully looked inside. When the young man saw Wang Lin, he was startled for a moment. However, His attention was quickly attracted by the countless carvings around him. He said, "Uncle, these are all carved by you. They are so beautiful. Can you give me one?" Wang Lin let out a smile. He put down the dragon carving in his hand and picked up another one. This carving was of a person that Wang Lin was very familiar with. Wang Hao. The young man in front of him was very similar to Wang Hao from back then. After the young man took the carving, he immediately let out a cheer. He held it in his hand and said to Wang Lin, "Thank you, uncle. I'm from the ironwork shop across the street. Goodbye." With that, he quickly ran out of the shop and shouted, "Dad, Mom, look. Uncle gave this to me." Wang Lin stood up and walked to the door. He saw a man and a woman coming out of a shop across the street. The two of them lovingly looked at the boy. After the boy's father took the carving, his eyes lit up. He raised his head and looked at Wang Lin. After hesitating for a bit, he walked over with the carving and said, "This child doesn't understand. Little brother, how much is this?" Wang Lin shook his head and said, "I only gave him a piece of wood." The young man's father hesitated for a bit. He looked at Wang Lin and smiled. "You must have just arrived here. I haven't seen you before." Wang Lin smiled and nodded. The young man's father smiled and said, "Little brother, if you don't mind, come and have a meal. I have some fruit wine that I brew myself. It's much better than the ones in those restaurants." An indescribable emotion appeared in Wang Lin's heart. This was something he had never felt in the past 400 years. After hesitating for a bit, Wang Lin nodded. The young man's mother was a kind woman. Although she was young, she had a gentle temperament. From some details, it could be seen that this was a happy family. The child was well-behaved, and the husband and wife loved each other. Inside the ironwork shop, there was a square table with a few home-cooked dishes on it. Although Wang Lin had already abstained from eating, he still picked up his chopsticks and ate a few mouthfuls. Drinking the fruit wine that the other party was so proud of and eating the home-cooked food that he hadn't eaten in a long time, Wang Lin's state of mind was even calmer than when he was in the caravan. The spiritual energy in his body circulated at an unprecedented speed. This wine was indeed good, and the aftertaste was endless. From that day on, there was one more thing that Wang Lin couldn't live without, and that was this fruit wine. The young man came to Wang Lin's shop almost every day to watch him carve the wood carvings. Every time he came, he would bring a jug of fruit wine. The number of wood carvings in Wang Lin's shop gradually increased. Most of them were in the form of beasts. He had carved almost all the beasts that he had seen in the past 400 years. However, no matter how hard Wang Lin tried, he couldn't form the high-grade spirit beasts and wild beasts. Each of these carvings was condensed with a huge amount of spiritual energy. This was something that mortals couldn't sense, but if a cultivator came, they would definitely be shocked. This was because the pressure of this spiritual energy was not any weaker than some low-grade magical treasures. Some of the wood carvings even had spiritual energy that could compare to mid-grade magical treasures. These were not wood carvings at all. They were clearly cultivator magical equipment made of rotten wood that could transform something rotten into something magical. He tossed and turned on his bed, unable to fall asleep. He couldn't help but feel uneasy. He got up and wrote another 2,000 words before finally letting out a sigh of relief. "All right, I can sleep now. I'm so sleepy." Chapter 253. Life was like a bowl of shimizu. It was plain, but there was a hint of sweetness in it. Wang Lin felt like his soul had been cleansed by a life without killing. At this moment, he forgot about his identity as a cultivator and forgot about the 400 years of killing he had experienced. He had truly integrated himself into the mortal world and experienced the bitterness and sweetness of mortals. Every morning, Wang Lin would wake up early, open the door to his shop, and then quietly sit in his shop. He would use a piece of wood to carve. His shop was already filled with countless carvings. The neighbors in the surrounding shops all knew that the owner of the shop had changed. They all had a good impression of Wang Lin, this quiet and elegant young man. As time passed, Wang Lin's shop gradually gained customers. Although these people couldn't see the spiritual energy from the carvings, they could see how exquisite the carvings were. Over time, Wang Lin's shop gained a bit of fame in this area. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. During this year, that mysterious old man never appeared again. Although Wang Lin would occasionally think of that old man, he gradually stopped caring about him. He was completely immersed in carving, searching for the joy that he had lost a long time ago. Inside Wang Lin's shop, there were many lifelike carvings of demonic beasts. Most of the demonic beasts on these carvings were creatures that mortals had never seen before. In fact, forget them. Even if a cultivator came here, very few of them would be able to recognize them. After all, this place was too far from the Sea of Devils. The world was very big, and there were many types of demonic beasts, so it was impossible for anyone to recognize all of them. At this moment, Wang Lin was holding a piece of wood in his hand. This piece of wood was shaped like a square. As Wang Lin continued to carve, the outline of a turtle-type demonic beast gradually appeared. Looking at the carving in his hand, Wang Lin put down the carving knife and picked up the Celadon wine jug. Just as he was about to drink, he found that there was no wine left in the jug. Usually, at this time, Daniel would come over to watch him carve. Every time he came, he would bring a jug of fruit wine. Sure enough, not long after, Daniel, who had grown a head taller, opened the door and walked in. Daniel was the youth from before. Although he was only 12 years old, he was very tall. His body was also a lot stronger than it was a year ago. After entering the shop, Daniel let out a complaint. He sat down next to Wang Lin and said, "Uncle Wang, when you come to my house, you can talk to my dad. He always wants me to learn blacksmithing from him. I don't want to learn. If I did, I would learn uncle's wood carving skills." As he spoke, he placed a jug of fruit wine next to Wang Lin. His small eyes narrowed as he stared at the unfinished carving in Wang Lin's hand. Wang Lin laughed and took a big gulp from the jug. This fruit wine had a sweet taste with a hint of spiciness. After drinking it, he felt a burning sensation in his stomach. Over the past year, this had become a daily necessity for Wang Lin. "Uncle Wang, what animal are you carving now? Why does it look like a turtle to me?" Daniel looked at the carving in confusion. Wang Lin rubbed Daniel's head and smiled. "This is not a turtle, but a creature called a bell drum. Although it looks similar to a turtle, it is actually very strong." Daniel nodded, not really understanding. In the past year, he had seen all kinds of animals in Wang Lin's shop. None of them were things he had ever seen before. Wang Lin held the carving knife and began to carve on the carving. This turtle-like creature was actually a rare mid-quality spirit beast in the Sea of Devils. When it became angry, normal cultivators would not be able to resist it. But for Wang Lin, he had killed a lot of these low-ranked spirit beasts and had obtained a lot of cores. As a result, he was able to carve the image of the spirit beast in his mind. He didn't stop at all as he continued to carve the spirit beast. Half an hour later, Wang Lin made a deep cut in the beast's eye. Suddenly, the carving seemed to come alive and emitted a fierce aura. The beast raised its head to look at the sky, and a hint of unwillingness and fear appeared in its eyes. It opened its mouth, as if it was letting out soundless roars. A wave of air suddenly spread out from the wooden sculpture in a manner that could not be seen by ordinary people. However, before the shock wave could even spread out more than 3 inches, Wang Lin pointed at it with his right hand, and the shock wave returned to normal. Wang Lin took a deep breath and casually placed the carving on a shelf. In the past year, Wang Lin found that he could only carve mid-quality spirit beasts. He was unable to carve high-quality spirit beasts no matter what. Every time he carved a high-quality spirit beast, he would lose control during the last few strokes, and the carving would shatter. Wang Lin knew that this was because of his cultivation level. After all, a high-quality spirit beast was equivalent to a human cultivator's transformation stage. Daniel's eyes revealed an intoxicated expression. In the past year, he had watched Wang Lin carve every day. Gradually, he became completely immersed in it. During this past year, he had secretly tried to carve with a carving knife, but he couldn't carve a satisfactory result. Now that he saw Wang Lin carving a piece of wood, he couldn't hold it in anymore and asked Wang Lin. Wang Lin was silent for a while. He raised his head to look at the youth in front of him and said, "Carving requires comprehension. If you want to learn, then watch me carve for 60 years. After 60 years, you will be able to carve." Daniel stuck out his tongue and said, "60 years. but I saw Carpenter Joe from a southern city. He is only 40 years old, but his carvings are also very good. Wang Lin picked up the wine jug and took another sip. He said, I'm different from him. Daniel's eyes revealed a look of confusion. It was clear that he didn't understand the meaning behind these words. At this moment, there was a commotion outside. Daniel quickly got up and ran out. Not long after, he poked his head back in and said in pleasant surprise, Uncle Wang, the eldest son of the Su family shop, is back. He is followed by more than 10 carriages and many people. He looks very impressive. With that, he ran out again. Wang Lin didn't mind. He picked up a piece of wood and recalled the scenes from the land of the ancient god, the huge, desolate beast that had left a deep impression on him. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Lin picked up a carving knife and began carving on the piece of wood. Time slowly passed. After more than an hour, the door to the shop was pushed open. Daniel happily ran in. Behind him was a young man with a sturdy body. The young man entered the room and looked at the carvings around him. His eyes suddenly lit up. Daniel quickly walked to Wang Lin's side. He winked and whispered, Don't sell it so expensive. With that, he quickly turned around and said, Young Master Su, this is the shop I was talking about. Look at these carvings. They are no worse than Carpenter Joe's. How about it? Buy a few and take them back. Wang Lin couldn't help but smile. This Daniel had obviously noticed that Wang Lin's shop didn't have many customers this year. So when he encountered a rich customer, he would definitely pull them to Wang Lin's shop. The youth named Su looked around, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. He was different from Daniel. He was someone who had seen the world and was now one of the trusted followers of the Southern Prince. He could tell at a glance that the quality of these carvings was several times better than the famous Carpenter Joe's. Although the Carpenter Joe's carvings were also lifelike, there was something missing. He pondered for a bit and suddenly realized that the carvings made by Carpenter Joe and the carvings in front of him were different by one word, and that was life. One was lifelike and the other was lifelike. The difference of one word was more than 1,000 miles. The youth named Su's eyes shined as he picked up a carving. This carving was the dragon that Wang Lin had carved a few years ago. The dragon coiled its body and looked up at the sky. Every single scale on its body could be seen clearly. What shocked the youth named Su even more was that the moment he picked up the carving, he felt as if the carving had come to life. Terrified, his right hand loosened and the carving fell from his hand. Daniel had long been paying attention to the youth's expression. He knew that once he held these carvings in his hand, there would be a magical feeling, so he often only looked at them without touching them. With a clang, the carving fell to the ground. Fortunately, it was made of wood, so it wouldn't be damaged even if it fell a few times. The youth named Su's face turned red, and he quickly said, Master Wang, what kind of animal is this carving? Why does it look like a snake? Without waiting for Wang Lin to answer, Daniel puffed out his chest and said, This is a dragon. Do you know what a dragon is? It's an immortal dragon. The youth named Su remembered it and said, How much is this dragon carving? Wang Lin casually smiled and said, 10 taels of gold. When Daniel heard this, he sighed. This time he was finished. This year he had brought a lot of people to this shop, but every time Wang Lin mentioned the price, everyone would shake their heads and leave. But he didn't expect that the youth named Su would just frown and immediately take out 10 taels of gold. Then he took off his coat, wrapped it around the carving, and quickly left. Daniel stared blankly at the 10 taels of gold on the table. His eyes shined, and he muttered to himself, Unbelievable! A carving can be sold for 10 taels of gold. My father's iron tools can only be sold for 1 tael of gold a month. That's a rare thing. After muttering to himself, he immediately made up his mind. It was only 60 years. No matter what, he had to learn this craft. With this craft, Daniel, wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of his life. At this time, he didn't think that it would be 60 years before he could make wood carvings. Even if he didn't have to worry about food and clothing, it would still be 60 years later. After the youth named Su left the shop with the carving wrapped in his coat, he hurriedly went home to say goodbye to his parents. He didn't even touch the dinner his parents had prepared and quickly took everyone to the Southern Palace. Chapter 254. Wang Lin picked up the gold on the table and casually threw it into a small frame. He He didn't even look at it. Aside from the carvings of his parents, Wang Lin didn't care about any of the carvings in the shop. To him, these things were just tools to calm his mind and to comprehend the heavens. He believed that when he was able to carve a soul formation cultivator or demon beast, his cultivation would definitely have a breakthrough. Daniel left the shop in a daze. As he walked, he kept muttering to himself. No one knew what he was muttering about. Wang Lin drank a mouthful of fruit wine and continued to immerse himself in carving. As he continued to carve, some wood elements fell off, and the piece of wood in his hand gradually took shape. It released a powerful aura, but this aura was completely contained within the carving and couldn't spread out. With every carving, the aura would increase by a bit. Slowly, a thick dragon appeared on the carving. However, at this moment, the carving knife in Wang Lin's hand began to hesitate. After a long moment of silence, he sighed. He waved his right hand, causing the carving knife to vanish. With his left hand, he casually tossed the half-finished wood carving off to the side, where a large box could be seen. Inside of the box were more than 10 half-finished wood carvings. If one looked closely at these carvings, they would find that there were people and beasts inside. Hunchback Meng, G Emperor, 6 Desired Devil Lord, high-quality spirit beasts, and even desolate beasts. Although these carvings were all different, there was one shocking similarity. They were all above the soul formation stage. In this past year, Wang Lin had tried many times, but he still couldn't carve a soul formation cultivator or beast. If he tried to force it, there would only be one result. The carving would turn to dust. He pondered for a bit and closed his eyes. Suddenly, a red mist the width of a palm appeared around his body. In this 1 year, the rate at which the red mist condensed had doubled. It had already been compressed by Wang Lin to such an extent. Wang Lin was very satisfied with this progress. In fact, he had not forcibly compressed it over the past year. Instead, after he had this thought, he had naturally done a series of actions. Wang Lin believed that if he was given another year, he would be able to compress this baleful aura to its limit. Although the compression of baleful aura had nothing to do with improving his cultivation or comprehending the heavenly Tao. However, Wang Lin had a feeling that if he allowed the red mist of evil qi to dissipate, he would definitely regret it in the future. It was precisely the qi activity that was produced when a cultivator's cultivation reached a certain level that caused Wang Lin to start condensing and compressing it without hesitation. At this moment, Daniel's father's hearty voice came from outside the shop. "Brother Wang, your sister-in-law made a few good dishes today. Come and eat. Let's drink a few cups." Wang Lin opened his eyes, and they shined with a deep light. The light slowly dissipated until it completely disappeared. At this moment, Wang Lin had returned to being immortal. He carried the wine jug and walked 2 steps. After hesitating for a bit, he took out the gold and walked out. As for the young man named Su, he was sitting in the carriage. His heart was pounding. He looked at the item wrapped in his coat and licked his lips. His eyes revealed a hint of joy. He didn't expect to meet such an amazing person on his trip home to visit his parents. Someone who could carve such a carving. It has to be said that the king's only hobby was to carve this kind of item. Whether it was made from stone or wood, as long as it was carved, it would be something the king liked. And the prince was a filial son. If he presented this carving to the king, the prince would certainly praise him. Thinking of this, the young man named Su took a deep breath. This group of more than 10 carriages moved quickly through the capital. However, he wished the carriages could go even faster so he could return to the king's mansion as soon as possible. After a long time, the carriage stopped. The young man named Su immediately opened the door and jumped out. He quickly walked into the mansion. In the eastern courtyard, the young man named Su stopped outside a gorgeous palace. In a loud voice, he said, "Your Highness, Su Tao has an important matter to discuss with you." After a while, a lazy voice came from inside the palace. "Su Tao, didn't you go home to visit your family? Why are you back so soon? If there's anything, we can talk about it tomorrow." Vaguely, Su Tao heard a few soft words coming from inside the palace. He hesitated for a moment. It wasn't a good time to disturb him, but he was confident in the item in his coat. He clenched his teeth and said, "Your Highness, I really do have an important matter. When I went home to visit my family, I found a carving. If the king sees this carving, he will certainly be happy." There was a moment of silence. After a while, the voice said with a hint of dissatisfaction, "Come in. If the item you took isn't what you said, then you won't get this month's reward." Su Tao quickly walked in. Inside the palace, there was a large bed covered by a white veil. A pale-faced young man wearing a purple robe was sitting on the side of the bed. His eyes were gloomy. Su Tao placed the coat in his hand on the ground and gently opened it, revealing the dragon carving inside. The moment the young man saw the carving, his eyes became sharp. He suddenly stood up and quickly walked to the side of the carving. His right hand reached out and grabbed the carving. Just as Su Tao was about to remind him, the young man let out a cry of surprise. Then, with a flip of his right hand, the wooden carving disappeared from his hand. His eyes lit up with an intense light as he laughed. "Good, Su Tao, you have done a great service." With that, he slapped an ordinary-looking pocket on his waist. Suddenly, a purple gas came out and surrounded his body. At this moment, the young man was wearing a purple robe. The moment the purple gas appeared, a gentle breeze blew through the palace. A corner of the white veil on the bed was lifted, and with two soft cries, two beautiful bodies were revealed. Su Tao's eyes couldn't help but glance at them. He swallowed and immediately lowered his head. This young man wasn't a mortal, but a cultivator. However, his cultivation level wasn't high, only at the 8th layer of qi condensation. He looked at Su Tao. He had seen the look in Su Tao's eyes, so he smiled and said, "May Ji come out. Today you belong to Su Tao." A soft moan came from the bed, and a beautiful figure walked down from the bed. She pulled the dumbfounded Su Tao and left through the side door. The young man's eyes lit up, and he quickly left the palace. The young man went straight all the way to the main hall at the center of the mansion. When he was still outside the hall, he heard bursts of music and his father's hearty laughter coming from inside. There were rows of guards standing outside the palace. When the guards saw the young man, they immediately knelt down. The young man quickly walked past them and entered the palace. There were 2 tables in the palace. 2 cultivators wearing Taoist robes were sitting behind them. Although they were both wearing Taoist robes, the colors were different. One was black and the other was green. The cultivator wearing the black Taoist robe had his eyes closed the entire time, ignoring the music and singing. The green-robed cultivator was smiling as he looked at the dancers in the middle. There was a very handsome middle-aged man sitting in the middle of the palace. He looked very dignified and gave off the aura of someone in high position. After the young man entered the palace, the middle-aged man laughed and said, "Why aren't you having fun in your palace? Why are you here?" The young man first respectfully bowed to the 2 cultivators. Then he looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Father, look at this." With that, he waved his hand and placed the dragon carving on the floor of the palace. At this moment, the green-robed cultivator who was looking at the dancers suddenly looked at the carving. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up and he waved his hand, causing the dancers to scatter. The green-robed cultivator suddenly stood up and walked up to the wood carving. After taking a closer look, he sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "This is..." He had a guess, but he wasn't sure. "This is a carving." The black-robed cultivator, whose eyes had been closed this whole time, opened his eyes and revealed a strange light. The green-robed cultivator was startled and bitterly smiled. "Senior apprentice brother, of course I know this is a carving. I'm talking about what this carving is." The black-robed cultivator pondered a bit and slowly said, "I've never seen it before." The green-robed cultivator bitterly smiled. He was already used to his senior apprentice brother's strangeness. The middle-aged man, sitting in the seat of honor, stared at the carving and smiled. "Two immortals, is there anything special about this thing?" The green-robed cultivator picked up the wooden carving and immediately felt an ancient aura wash over him. This aura was so powerful that it caused his mind to tremble. He was at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, but he felt as if his foundation was about to collapse. He quickly let go of the wooden carving. His senior brother, the black-robed cultivator, flicked his sleeve, causing the wooden carving to fly up into his hand. The cultivator's face instantly paled, and his gold core became unstable. After a long time, he was finally able to control the fluctuations of his gold core. The higher one's cultivation level was, the more they would feel the carving made by Wang Lin. On the other hand, if it was a mortal, it wouldn't have much of an effect. The black-robed cultivator slowly said, "This item is definitely not an ordinary carving. The beast carved on it is almost the same as the flood dragon recorded in our sect's records." The black-robed cultivator slowly said, "Senior apprentice brother, didn't you say you've never seen it before? Why are you saying it's a flood dragon now?" The green-robed cultivator said, with a strange expression. The black-robed cultivator looked at his junior apprentice brother in surprise. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and he said, "Junior apprentice brother, I finally know why you haven't broken through." The green-robed cultivator's face twitched, but he didn't say anything. The black-robed cultivator sighed and said, "I've never seen the beast carved on this carving before, but I didn't say I didn't recognize it." The green-robed cultivator's Tao heart became unstable, and he coughed out blood. After a long time, he bitterly smiled. He was completely convinced by his senior apprentice brother. Chapter 255. The night was dark, and there was no moon. Wang Lin lay on the bed in the back of the shop. Next to him was a flagon of alcohol. Occasionally, he would pick it up and take a sip. Over the past year, Wang Lin could clearly feel that his mentality was slowly breaking away from the life of a cultivator and becoming like that of a mortal. For example, he rarely sat down to do breathing exercises. Before, this was impossible. During the 400 years of fleeing and killing, he had been constantly circulating the spiritual energy in his body to increase his cultivation level. His life was filled with scheming, and the strong preyed on the weak. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. In fact, he had never laid down to sleep like this before. Even late at night, he spent his time meditating. Although this kind of life was exciting and passionate, there was a hint of regret and a hint of peace. It was incomplete. But now, Wang Lin's life was devoid of fighting. Although it was ordinary, it was like a gentle stream that cleansed his soul. At first, Wang Lin was unfamiliar with this kind of feeling. But as time passed, he gradually accepted his current situation and lived the life of a mortal. After picking up the flagon of alcohol and taking a sip, Wang Lin suddenly frowned. At this moment, two cultivators arrived outside his shop. They floated over like ghosts. One of them waved his hand, and the door to Wang Lin's shop opened without a sound. The two of them quickly entered the shop. Then, the door of the shop was closed by the wind. Inside the shop, the two cultivators' eyes flickered as they stared at the wood carvings. Their eyes were filled with shock, but the shock quickly disappeared and was replaced with endless greed. There are so many magical treasures. One of the cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air and casually picked up a wooden carving beside him. When he looked at it, his body suddenly trembled, and he almost dropped the wooden carving. The greed in his eyes became even stronger. He waved his sleeve, and all the wood carvings on the shelves fell into his bag of holding. The other cultivator squatted down and rummaged through a wooden chest to the side. Then, he let out a cry of surprise and found a half-finished wooden carving in his hand. His face suddenly turned red, and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He quickly tossed away the wooden sculpture in his hand, as if it were an ancient beast, and hastily retreated a few steps. In fact, it was no wonder he couldn't withstand it. This was a semi-finished carving made by Six Desire Devil Lord. Although it was a semi-finished carving, it contained the spiritual energy of a peak nascent soul cultivator. With his core formation cultivation, it was impossible for him to withstand it. Luckily, he let go quickly, and the spiritual energy inside the wooden sculpture was not activated. Otherwise, this person wouldn't have just vomited blood. The moment the wooden sculpture fell to the ground, it was grabbed by an invisible hand and fell into the hands of Wang Lin. Wang Lin put the sculpture to the side. He took a drink from the wine jug and said, "A total of 4,500 taels of gold. Hand it over." The moment Wang Lin appeared, the two of them suddenly stopped moving. They stared at Wang Lin in horror. especially the cultivator who was injured by the spiritual energy inside the wooden sculpture. His face was pale, and his forehead was covered in sweat. In their eyes, Wang Lin's appearance was too strange. Before the two of them entered the shop, they had clearly used their divine senses to detect a person lying in the back room. But that person was only a mortal. But now, this mortal in their eyes had appeared without them noticing at all. This was like a bolt from the blue, causing the two of them to be shocked. Adding on the fact that this wooden sculpture had appeared in the shop, even if the two of them were stupid, they would still understand that the person in front of them was a senior, someone they couldn't afford to offend. The two of them looked at each other and respectfully said, "Greetings, Senior. Junior is a disciple of the White Cloud sect. If Junior has offended you today, please forgive me." Wang Lin's voice was calm as he said, "For 1,500 taels of gold. Do you have it?" The two of them looked at each other. As cultivators, if it was spirit stones, they would still have some. However, they didn't have that much gold and silver as the currency of mortals. Of course, if they were to go back and prepare, they would be able to take out 40,000 taels of gold, much less 4,000. Wang Lin could tell what the two of them were thinking. He sighed and waved his right hand. The storage bag on the cultivator's waist flew into his hand, and he casually swiped it. Instantly, the cultivator's face turned red, and he took a few steps back. He swallowed a mouthful of blood. The respect in his eyes became even stronger. Wang Lin's swipe had already removed his divine sense. With a slight shake, all the wooden sculptures inside flew out and landed in their original positions on the shelves. There was no mistake, as if they had never been moved in the first place. "Go back. The next time you come, bring enough gold." As Wang Lin spoke, he waved his right hand, and the storage bag flew into the cultivator's hand. Then, the two of them were pushed by a strong force toward the door of the shop. The moment they were pushed toward the door suddenly opened. The two of them were pushed out, and the door closed. This push pushed them more than 5 kilometers away. The two cultivators finally managed to stop themselves. Their eyes were filled with unimaginable shock and fear. In their eyes, the cultivation level of the young man in the shop was unfathomable. The two of them were silent for a while. They secretly thought that they were lucky. After glancing at each other, they quickly left. These two people were the cultivators from the Wang mansion. They could tell that the wooden sculptures were not ordinary. After asking around, they found Su Tao, who was having fun, and hurried over. However, after experiencing what just happened, the two of them were scared out of their wits. They didn't dare to have any ideas about the shop. What they didn't know was that Wang Lin's divine sense had been placed on their bodies. If they had any ill intentions toward Wang Lin, they would be killed in an instant. In truth, if the two of them knew Wang Lin, they would feel very lucky. If this happened 1 year ago, the only outcome for the two of them would be death. Wang Lin sat in the shop and took a sip of wine. He let out a sigh and muttered to himself, "I haven't killed anyone for a year." He shook his head, returned to the back room, and lay down on the bed to sleep. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. This was already the 3rd year that Wang Lin had been in the capital. Daniel had grown taller and stronger. The number of neighbors had increased. The owner of the Kong family cloth shop had passed away due to a serious illness, and the shop had been sold to someone else. Daniel's parents had more wrinkles on their faces. Although they were still young, they couldn't withstand the passage of time. What was worth mentioning was that in the past 2 years, many neighbors had come to propose marriage. Every time, Wang Lin would politely decline them. The second son of the Su family shop had also married and had a chubby baby. When Su Tao came back, he respectfully came to Wang Lin and gave him 100 taels of gold, saying that it was a gift from His Highness the Crown Prince. In fact, in the past 2 years, Su Tao would bring a large amount of gold to Wang Lin before the new year arrived. Wang Lin didn't decline and accepted it. Spring passed and autumn came. In the past 2 years, Wang Lin had seen people grow old, get sick, and die. He was filled with emotions. Over the past 2 years, he had only done breathing exercises twice. He didn't care much about his cultivation base. It had been a long time since he had used inner sight to examine himself. As for the red mist surrounding him, it was now only a thin layer, which had condensed into 3 red beads, which he put into his bag of holding. According to his analysis, when the fourth red pearl condensed, the red mist would completely dissipate. In the past 2 years, the two cultivators from back then had come once. After offering a large amount of mortal gold and silver, they had respectfully taken the 3 wood carvings away. In the past 2 years, Wang Lin's shop had gradually become famous in the western part of the city. Although there weren't many customers, it was still a lot better than when the shop had been closed for a year. However, most of the customers in Wang Lin's shop were not mortals, but cultivators. Generally speaking, 6 out of 10 customers were Dao cultivators. Every Dao cultivator who came here would use mortal gold and silver to buy the wood carvings. In the past 2 years, he had sold quite a few wood carvings, and now Wang Lin had accumulated a large basket of gold and silver. The matter of an eccentric person in the western part of the capital had gradually gained some fame in the local cultivation world. From beginning to end, Wang Lin's heart was calm, without any change. What he sought was the mentality of a mortal to experience the life of a mortal and to experience the cycle of the heavenly Tao. The shop was only a tool for him to understand the heavenly Tao, and the wood carvings were the same. Now that the end of the year was approaching, the capital was in a festive mood. Wang Lin walked out of his shop and sat at the entrance, looking at the people outside. His eyes were filled with deep reminiscence. This was the 3rd year since he had come to the capital. Each time, the feeling was different, but there was one thing that was similar, and that was the nostalgia for his childhood. In the ironwork shop directly across from the shop, Dainyu quickly ran out, holding some fireworks in his hands as he played with them excitedly. When Wang Lin saw Dainyu, a look of joy appeared in his eyes. He had watched this child grow up over the past 3 years, from an 11-year-old child to a 14-year-old youth. Last year, Dainyu could not stand his father's nagging and began to learn to forge ironworks. However, when he had free time, he would still run over to Wang Lin's shop to watch him make wood carvings. Although Dainyu did not come often, he still had a pot of fruit wine every day. As the fireworks were set off, Dainyu shouted and ran to Wang Lin's side. He sat down on the cold wooden stool, but did not feel cold. Instead, he winked and said, "Uncle Wang, a few days ago, I heard from my father that shopkeeper Liu in the east wanted to betroth his daughter to you. Why didn't you agree? I've secretly seen his daughter, and she's very beautiful." Wang Lin faintly smiled and rubbed Yo's head. "Uncle has a wife." Really? Then why haven't I seen her?" Dainyu stood up with a look of surprise. "She's waiting for me in a faraway place. One day I'll go find her." Wang Lin's eyes showed a trace of tenderness, and the figure of a woman appeared in his mind. "I know, Uncle Wang. You must have come to the capital to do business and prepare to make a lot of money, so you can go back and marry a wife," Dainyu said with a smile. Chapter 256. Wang Lin laughed and nodded. "Yes, once Uncle makes a lot of money, I'll go back and marry a wife." Dainyu was about to speak when his father called out to him from the ironwork shop. Dainyu quickly answered and bitterly said to Wang Lin, "Sigh, I have to forge again." With that, he helplessly returned to the ironwork shop. Dainyu's father's scolding came from the shop. Wang Lin drank a mouthful of wine and quietly sat at the door. At this time, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Slowly, the snowflakes became bigger and bigger. The first snow of the year silently fell from the sky. The temperature suddenly dropped. The snowflakes hit Wang Lin's face and quickly melted into ice water. Wang Lin raised his head to look at the dusky sky. After a long time, he reached out his right hand and casually clenched his fist. Instantly, the surrounding snowflakes gathered. Wang Lin took a deep breath and released his right hand. The snowflakes immediately scattered and floated around. This happened so quickly that no one noticed anything strange. They all lowered their heads and hurried on their way. As the sky darkened, the number of pedestrians gradually decreased. In the end, there was not a single person on the entire street. Even the surrounding shops had closed their doors early due to the heavy snowfall. They were no longer doing business. Instead, families gathered around the stove to keep warm. This warmth not only came from the body, but also from the soul. The family was together. This warmth could drive away any coldness. Wang Lin's eyes gradually revealed a depressed expression. The coldness brought by the snowflakes was insignificant to him. But at this time, he looked at the lights of the surrounding shops. Only his shop was dark. Suddenly, a trace of coldness appeared in his heart. This coldness was not something that could be driven away by any fire source. It was not something that could be made up for by magic. This coldness was the price of comprehending the heavenly Tao. It was a necessity to experience life. If one wanted to become a god, they first had to become a mortal. But becoming a mortal sounded easy, but in reality, it was not that simple. Right now, Wang Lin was experiencing loneliness. He knew that he had to continue experiencing this loneliness. Compared to this loneliness, after many years, when the people around him died one by one, he would feel like he was the only person left in the world. That was true loneliness. Wang Lin was silent. After a long time, he staggered to his feet. He seemed to have aged a bit. He slowly tidied up the chairs by the door, returned to the shop, and gently closed the door. After a long time, the shop lit up. Although it looked no different from the other shops, the truth was that this light was only on the surface. Hidden inside was a deep sense of loneliness. Wang Lin sat next to the fireplace. The shop was very warm, but his heart was getting colder and colder. After a long time, Wang Lin took out a statue from his bag of holding and placed it next to him. This statue was of his father. Looking at the statue, the coldness in Wang Lin's heart gradually lessened. He then took out a statue of his mother. Following this, he took out more statues from his bag of holding and placed them around the fireplace. Among the statues, there were men and women, young and old. They were all his neighbors in the small village. Looking at these statues, Wang Lin smiled. Although this smile was filled with satisfaction, if anyone saw this smile, they would feel that it was not a smile, but a silent cry. The fire flickered, the brightness fluctuating. When it shone on people's faces, it was the same. When it shone on the wooden statues, it gave off a strange feeling. Gently picking up one statue after another, the coldness in Wang Lin's heart gradually lessened. However, although there was less loneliness, there was more sorrow. "Can't let it go, can't let it go," Wang Lin murmured to himself. Back when he was cultivating, he couldn't let go of his family. Even now, he still couldn't let go. However, this feeling was different from back then. If he wanted to reach the soul formation stage, he first had to become immortal. If he truly let go of his family and everything, then it would be impossible to become immortal. Every soul formation cultivator was powerful not only because of their cultivation, but also because they had deeply hidden emotions in their hearts. It was this emotion that allowed them to become immortal and use it to break through the nascent soul stage and reach the soul formation stage. It was because of this obsession that Wang Lin didn't encounter too many setbacks on his path to becoming immortal. Instead, he gradually felt the feeling of being immortal. At this moment, he was immersed in his thoughts of his parents and quietly comprehended this feeling. The spiritual energy in his body once again began to spin crazily. This rotation gradually spread out of his body. All of the wooden statues in the shop suddenly began to emit traces of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in Wang Lin's body began to spin rapidly. Gradually, this spiritual energy spun faster and faster until it spread out of the shop. When the snowflakes fell from the sky and landed on the roof of the shop, they also began to spin, forming a spinning snowflake that quickly slid away. The snow became heavier and heavier. After a long time, Wang Lin gradually woke up. The moment he woke up, he saw that half of the wooden statues on the shelves had cracked. Although a small portion of the carving was cracked, the spiritual pressure that it emitted was even stronger than before. Even the quality had increased. Wang Lin looked at them and took a deep breath. He stood up and pushed open the door of the shop. A cold wind blew in his face, mixed with countless icy snowflakes. Wang Lin looked up at the sky and said calmly, "Soul formation, I, Wang Lin, am determined to get it." The snowflakes falling from the sky became heavier, and a thick layer of snow piled up on the ground. At this moment, the door of the ironworks shop opposite suddenly opened. When Dainyu and his father were about to go out, they saw Wang Lin standing in front of them. They couldn't help but be surprised. Then, Dainyu quickly ran a few steps and stepped on the snow, making crunching sounds. He came to Wang Lin's side and shouted, "Uncle Wang, did you know that we were coming to mock you?" With that, he entered the room and sat next to the stove. Dainyu's father held a wooden basket with a silly smile and said to Wang Lin, "Brother Wang, are you busy?" Wang Lin smiled and said, "I'm not busy. Come in and we'll talk." Dainyu's father entered the room and looked at the wooden statues around with envy in his eyes. Then he put down the wooden basket in his hand and rubbed his hands. It seemed that he wanted to say something, but was too embarrassed to say it. At this time, Dainyu, who was sitting next to the stove, saw the statues of Wang Lin's parents and immediately exclaimed, "Uncle Wang, why haven't I seen these statues before? Are they made recently?" Wang Lin closed the door and sat next to him, saying they were made before. Dainyu stared at the statues and said, "You're right. Uncle Wang, who are the people carved on these statues?" A trace of nostalgia appeared in Wang Lin's eyes, and he slowly said, "They are my family." Dainyu was startled and didn't continue to ask. Instead, he quickly stood up and ran to the wooden basket. He opened the lid and saw 3 exquisite dishes and 2 jugs of fruit wine inside. Wang Lin looked at them and looked at Dainyu's father with a faint smile. In the past 3 years, he had been in frequent contact with the man. This was the first time he had seen this hardy man in such a situation. Obviously, he had something to ask for help from him. "Brother Tsung, if you have something to say, just say it," Wang Lin said. Dainyu's father hesitated for a moment, rubbed his hands, and said awkwardly, "Nothing, nothing." Dainyu looked at the dishes in the wooden basket and swallowed his saliva. He reached into the basket, and his father glared at him, scaring Dainyu into quickly withdrawing his hand. He muttered discontentedly, "Don't you just want to borrow some money? What's there to be embarrassed about?" Dainyu's father's face suddenly turned red, and he scolded, "Little brat, just you wait until you get home." Dainyu stuck out his tongue and said to Wang Lin, "Uncle Wang, my father is embarrassed to say it. I'll say it. My mother is going to buy the shop next door and make it bigger, but she doesn't have enough money." Dainyu's father sighed and looked at Wang Lin. He said helplessly, "Brother Wang, your sister-in-law always says that our shop is small, so there aren't many people who come to buy ironware. She saw that Old Lee's shop next door is going to be rented out, so she wants to rent it." Wang Lin smiled and nodded. He picked up the jug of wine in the wooden basket and drank a mouthful. He said, "How much do you want?" Dainyu's father hesitated for a moment and said, "His family shop is quite big, and they have to pay for it for 2 years at a time, so they need 50 taels of silver." 30 taels. 30 taels is enough." Dainyu pouted and said in a low voice, "Mother clearly said it needs 80 taels." Before he could say anything, his father fiercely glared at him. Wang Lin nodded and didn't say anything. He got up and went to the back room. There was a big frame there, which was filled with gold and silver objects. Wang Lin casually picked up a piece of gold, returned to the shop, and placed it in front of Dainyu's father. After Dainyu's father saw the gold, he was suddenly startled and quickly said, "I don't need that much. Brother Wang, quickly take it back. I only need to borrow 30 taels of silver." In his opinion, this gold was at least 10 taels of silver, which was much more than what he needed. Wang Lin picked up the wine jug and said with a smile, "Brother Tsung, this money isn't for you. It's for me to buy wine. From now on, I will buy a jug of wine every day. Your fruit wine is not bad. 10 years of wine money is worth it." Dainyu's father hesitated for a moment. His face showed excitement and said, "Brother Wang, this..." Dainyu rolled his eyes and said, "Father, just take it. Uncle Wang sells a wood carving for 10 taels of gold." Dainyu's father once again glared at Dainyu, then took a deep breath. He picked up the wine jug and took a big gulp. He nodded and said, "Brother Wang, what 10 years? As long as you live here for a day, I will bring you a jug of wine every day." Wang Lin chuckled. Looking at the father and son in front of him, his heart gradually no longer felt cold, but slowly felt a trace of warmth. That night, Dainyu's father drank a lot. 2 jugs of wine were obviously not enough. Dainyu waited on the side until the 10th jug was enough. In the end, Dainyu's father passed out drunk, but his hand was still tightly holding the gold. He was supported by Daniel and went back. Before leaving, Daniel whispered to Wang Lin, "Uncle Wang, my family has a lot of wine. My father doesn't let me tell others, but in fact, there are several big jugs of wine in the cellar. Some of them were left by our ancestors. I heard that there's still many buried underground. If it wasn't for my father's insistence that he not sell it, my mother wouldn't have asked him to borrow money. My daughter is sick, so I have to spend more time with her at night. Today is the second watch of the night. In a few days, I will look for a few days until the third watch of the night. Don't be suspicious. No father will use his daughter as an excuse." Chapter 257. After sending off Daniel and his father, Wang Lin sat down next to the stove. He suddenly felt a bit emotional. To mortals, 10 taels of gold was a lot of money. However, to cultivators, it was like dung. They wouldn't even spare a glance. He sat quietly in the shop, picked up a piece of wood, and began to carve with the carving knife in his right hand. Time passed quickly. 3 more years passed. Daniel's shop had more than doubled in size. Just as Daniel's mother had predicted, business was much better than before. However, as business improved, Daniel's free time decreased. He spent the entire day working with his father as he forged iron. Only after the shop was closed would Daniel have the time to drag his tired body and a jug of fruit wine to Wang Lin's shop to watch him carve. Perhaps it was because of the years of forging iron, but Daniel's body had become even stronger. Even though it was winter, he was only wearing a thin shirt and didn't feel the cold at all. However, the wrinkles on his parents' faces gradually increased. Wang Lin's appearance also changed from 6 years ago. He no longer looked like a young man, but rather a middle-aged man. Wrinkles gradually appeared on his face. This was something he had deliberately done using magic. After all, if a person's appearance hadn't changed at all in 6 years, then to these kind and honest neighbors, it would be an inconceivable thing. During the next 3 years, Su Tao gradually came more and more often. Almost every month, he would come by to present large amounts of gold and silver, as well as fine wine. His intention to rope Wang Lin in was self-evident. Occasionally, he would point out that these things were gifts from His Highness the Crown Prince. Wang Lin had no interest in the Crown Prince. The only reason he had stayed in the capital was because he wanted to experience what it was like to be immortal. That way, he could make a breakthrough in his cultivation base. Given his status, he couldn't be bothered to participate in the power struggles of the mortal world. In the late autumn of that year, the leaves of the willow trees on both sides of the street were blown away by the wind. The leaves rustled as they slowly fell off. They were sent far away by the wind, becoming rootless leaves. Fallen leaves could be seen everywhere on the street. Wang Lin walked out of the shop. He was wearing thick clothes and a leather hat. At this moment, if someone from the state of Zhao or the state of Chu saw Wang Lin, they would definitely not be able to recognize him. This person was the all-powerful, murderous star Wang Lin, whose hands were stained with blood. Even some of the cultivators who had fought with him before would definitely not be able to recognize him. At this moment, he looked no different from a mortal. This wasn't just a similarity in appearance, but in spirit. In fact, there wasn't even any difference in his bones. After 6 years of turning into a mortal, Wang Lin had completely become immortal. The current him looked slightly aged. Although his body was still tall and straight, he looked no different from a middle-aged mortal who had been busy his entire life. However, there was one thing that was different from a mortal. His eyes were black and white, without any impurities. There was a hint of light in them, making him look extraordinary. In the last 3 years, Wang Lin didn't meditate or cultivate even once. Even the red mist around his body had already been refined by him 2 years ago. It turned into a blood-colored pearl and was put into his bag of holding. After leaving the shop, a gust of wind blew against his face, bringing with it the chill of autumn. Wang Lin tightened his collar, closed the shop door, and slowly walked into the distance. At this moment, a sturdy young man walked out from the ironworks shop. He was carrying a bucket of waste charcoal. When he walked out of the shop, he immediately saw Wang Lin, so he grinned and said, "Uncle Wang, going to the opera again?" Wang Lin turned around and said with a smile, "Daniel, bring me a jug of wine." The young man nodded, poured the charcoal in his hand to the side, and hurried into the shop. Not long after, he ran back with a jug of wine. His eyes were filled with concern as he said, "Uncle Wong, you're getting old. Don't drink too much wine. Just drink a little to warm your body." Wong Lin smiled and nodded. He took the jug of wine, patted Daniel's shoulder, and slowly left. Daniel looked at Wong Lin's back and felt a bitter taste in his heart. In these 6 years, the omnipotent Uncle Wong in his eyes had aged a lot. He could still remember the Uncle Wong from 6 years ago, his handsome face and starry eyes. Many lifelike wooden carvings appeared in his hands. He always remembered that Uncle Wong once said that when he made a lot of money, he would go back and marry a wife waiting for him. However, in the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed, and Daniel still had not seen Wong Lin's wife. He did not ask about this again. Daniel sighed and turned around to return to the shop. His father was getting old, and the main work of the shop was now done by him. Even after closing the shop, there were still many things to do. He could no longer continue his habit of watching Wong Lin carvings. Every few days, she would take some time out to accompany this lonely Uncle Wong. It was late autumn, and the wind was chilly. Wong Lin walked slowly. After a while, he finally arrived at an inn at the end of the street. The moment he entered, the waiter in the inn, a rather clever young man with a towel on his shoulder, immediately smiled and said, "Hey, shopkeeper Wong is here. Please come in." Wong Lin entered the room, took off his leather hat, and said with a smile, "I don't have any money to tip, so it's useless no matter how enthusiastic you are." The waiter chuckled and said, "Look at what you were saying. The shopkeeper has already said that the first seat on the east side of the window will always be reserved for you." As he said that, he quickly walked to the seat by the window on the east side. He swept the towel in his hand over it, bent over, and retreated. Wong Lin sat on the bench. Not long after, the waiter brought over a few dishes and a small charcoal pot with boiling water. Wong Lin placed the wine jug in the small pot and began to warm the wine. Occasionally, he would pour a cup and drink it. Wong Lin just sat there and watched people enter the inn one after another. Gradually, more and more people entered the inn. After about an hour, a few performers who were playing the guqin and singing came out from the back room. As soon as these people appeared, the inn was immediately filled with cheers and excitement. Among these performers, there was a woman with a somewhat beautiful appearance. Most of the people in the inn had actually come to see her. This woman's beautiful eyes sparkled as her sleeves danced in the wind, and she began to sing. This woman's voice was very pleasant to listen to, causing the guests in the inn to repeatedly cheer and praise her. For a moment, the atmosphere reached a climax. Wong Lin smiled as he watched the woman sing and drink the fruit wine. He had been living like this for more than a year. Not long after, a slightly fat middle-aged man wearing a thick cloth coat hurriedly came out from the back room and quickly came to Wong Lin's side. After he sat down, the waiter quickly and respectfully served him a jug of wine. The fat middle-aged man immediately filled the cup and drank it in one gulp. He looked at Wong Lin and awkwardly said, "Shopkeeper Wong, this." Wong Lin picked up the wine jug and drank a mouthful. He smiled and said, "Shopkeeper Li, I'm not here to collect rent today. Don't worry." The fat middle-aged man immediately let out a sigh of relief and smiled apologetically. "Business is not good. Don't think that I have a lot of people here, but I spent a lot of money to invite this troupe. Sigh, it's not easy to do business in this world." Wong Lin smiled and didn't say anything. He just quietly watched the opera. This fat middle-aged man's surname was Li. Wong Lin still didn't know what his full name was. 2 years ago, this person came to Wong Lin and used this in his collateral to borrow 20 taels of gold. Until now, he still hadn't returned the money. This and now belonged to Wong Lin. In the past year, he saw that Wong Lin came almost every day. His heart was restless, so he often came to see what was going on. As the beautiful eyes of the actress moved, the men in the inn all cheered. At this moment, a rather obscene voice came from outside the inn. "Yo, this little girl's singing is very good. She lured me here from the north of the city." "Good." The moment the voice came, an old man wearing a gray cotton robe walked in. This old man's hair was messy, and his face was covered in bruises. There were also a few large footprints on his chest and lapels. As soon as he came in, He immediately cheered loudly. The waiter frowned and shouted, "Where did this beggar come from? Go away, I don't have money today." After saying that, he stepped forward to push the old man away. The old man glared and said, "You touch me. If you dare to touch me, I won't be able to get up. I'm here to listen to the opera today." The moment Wang Lin saw the old man, his eyes suddenly lit up. This old man was none other than the person who cheated Wang Lin of a meal 6 or 7 years ago. The innkeeper sitting across from Wang Lin, the fat middle-aged man, immediately frowned. He stood up and quickly walked to the door. He rummaged through his pockets for a long time and finally took out a copper coin. He threw it to the old man and said, "Here's your money. Leave quickly." "What bad luck." The old man took the copper coin and bit it with his teeth. A mouthful of copper rust stuck to his mouth. He grinned at the waiter and said, "Yes, it's real. It's harder than gold. See? Your innkeeper is still the truth." Humph. After saying that, he threw the copper coin into the waiter's hand and proudly said, "A pot of tea." Then his eyes fell on Wang Lin and he walked over. It was not that he recognized Wang Lin, but that there was only one person at Wang Lin's table in the inn. The waiter was stunned for a moment. He looked at the copper coin in his hand and then looked at the shopkeeper. He had seen many beggars, but this was the first time he had seen a beggar bite a copper coin and get the money to buy tea. The fat middle-aged man's face twitched. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to throw the old man out. However, at this moment, Wang Lin raised his hand and said, "Forget it." The fat middle-aged man immediately paused. He hesitated for a moment and muttered a few words. Then, he turned around and walked to the back room. The old man let out a mischievous smile as he looked at Wang Lin and said, just as he said one word, he suddenly froze and stared at Wang Lin. After carefully looking for a while, a strange expression appeared on his face. He said in surprise, "It's you. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."